Well. Look here. It's 2025. Can you believe that shit? It's 2025. I hope we had a good start to the day for most of us. Some of us in some different areas of the country had some bad stuff happen to them, which is horrible. And very, very bad. But I just wanted to come up here and do a quick little clip just to show some stuff. Sometimes you go to people's places. Like I occasionally listen to people I just know are fucking, I don't know, the wrong people to listen to. They're just purveyors of, I tried listening to that drunk turkey dude, DT. I don't know why his show is called DT now and not drunk turkey, but what do I know? Anyway, he's telling us he's going to give us the definition of something from a lawyer, but not the lawyer himself. He's going to have a conversation with his friend who knows a lawyer. And his friend, after conversing with that lawyer, then he comes back and tells Daniel the meaning of what this stuff is. It's like, this is why America is so fucked up. This guy can't even get first-person information from a lawyer. He's got to go to a friend of a lawyer to get the lawyer's explanation for the friend then to digest, interpret, and then handed it to him. Come on, Daniel. You got to know. No wonder the mainstream media pulled you out of the herd. You fucking idiot. Anyway, rather than belittle Daniel, which he's he's earned a lot of that anyway. So have many others out there. But even myself, go ahead and belittle me. I don't mind. But I just wanted to put something up on the screen today. I'll present. Let's see, what do we got on the screen here? The window. Here. I think this is it. Did that present to everybody? It did. Now, I don't know if you could see what's written in blue. But if you guys can see what's written in blue, I'll read it for you. It's obvious that the defense is claiming that in the Franks, the police lied about the nexus into Koberger via the Elantra identification and then by the law, IgG. Proof through FBI email shows the identification of the Elantra by the FBI is an 11 to 13. It's funny. I don't cough until I start yakking at this fucking microphone. So the IgG has obviously been uncovered as a false flag. A little bit of juice. This is what I've said now for a couple of years almost. Not quite, but we'll say a year and a half. That in order to arrest an American citizen, you've got to have some fucking accurate information. Not information like Daniel, DT, or Drunk Turkey, or whatever the fuck that goofball's name is, okay? Getting his information third party. And then listening to third-party information on the internet and spreading it like it's fact. It's just shocking. He comes in today because, again, he's going to change his point of view from yesterday, and he's claiming he had a brain fog yesterday. Full disclosure, I had a brain fog. No, Daniel, you don't have a brain fog. You have a lack of intelligence. You do not possess the gift of thought. You possess the gift of mimic. You mimic. You mimic what you hear. You bandwagon the things you hear. And, sometimes you come out right with that. Not to say that they're always wrong. But when you're talking about a quadruple homicide to which the cops have done such a shitty job, and you're going to run around and determine this guy's guilty, and now you're out there saying they got Brian Koberger's fingerprints? Come on, man. There's a bunch of out there saying that. How come you guys don't immediately connect that to what's obvious? Fingerprints can contain a DNA makeup. There's 3 unidentified male DNAs. Who the fuck is it to tell you that the DNA or the fingerprint they're talking about aren't one and the same? This is what I don't understand about people. Could it be that there's a fingerprint from Koberger there? Highly unlikely, but okay, sure. But couldn't it also be more openly, in all fairness, one of the other 3 male DNAs they can't identify that left the fingerprint, and from the fingerprint they try to create a DNA profile? That makes more sense. They've already told us how they identified Brian Koberger. I mean, the idea now that later they're saying, as Daniel is, claiming that they had a fingerprint of him. Well, Daniel, let me just then go on to say even further that the fingerprint that they may have possessed from the suspect wouldn't have required all that fucking DNA testing from all them people, now would it? What were you doing all the DNA testing in comparison of hundreds of hours and hundreds of people? For what? You had a fingerprint of the perpetrator. You mean to tell me you couldn't have surreptitiously obtained a print from Brian Kohlberger from where his place of work? You couldn't have done that. There's a billion ways you could have, even easier than getting his DNA. You could have visited any place that he went, anything that he's touched, just like you would have done with the DNA. You could have done all of that stuff. They chose not to do it. For whatever their reason, they need answers to why they didn't do it. But this identification by the FBI agent of that car in that PCA, because this is an unmitigated disaster for the public. The PCA lists a series of actions by that car that connect exactly to the timeline of the murders, making that car part of the crime. Now, what are they going to say? Like they did with the PCA, we're not going to use that in court. We're not going to use the IGG in court. We're not going to use the information about the car in court. Is that what this case has come down to? They're literally not going to use anything that they created to get to this kid in court. They're just going to hold up a buccal swab and say, see, this matches the knife sheath. Shoot this motherfucker. Yikes. Yikes, people. If this kid killed him, and I'm not saying he didn't. I'm not saying he wasn't part of a cleanup crowd. I'm not saying he wasn't part of a conspiracy. I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying that he was even there. I'm not even saying that Brian Kohlberger knows what Brian Kohlberger knows. All I'm saying is we know what the cops did here is wrong. I can never, ever imagine another circumstance under which, except what's happened to me in my own life when the cops interacted with me, they did almost the exact same shit to me on a drug charge. That's what brought me into this. And it's so funny that all these true crimers, and this is a big, big number of you, don't understand that all that matters in a criminal proceeding are the processes under which the proceeding began. That's it. Then what goes on from there is the process of justice of the courts, right? And then and only then will you find from a jury or your peers their thought as to whether he's guilty or innocent. And that goes with every single case. You see how the process plays out. But then you'll also sit back and you'll whine and you'll cry about the cops in the Karen Reed case, about the cops in the Delphi case, right? Or you'll be like Daniel and completely ignore the malfeasance of the police because in your fucking twisted head, you think third-party information is fact. Whew. Wow. That's what's wrong with the way we interact in this true crime scenario. The only thing you can do as a citizen is pay attention to the process. You can't start injecting your own understanding, your own thoughts. You just can't do it. Yeah, poor Lucky. I gave Lucky a shot. She had a lot of options. I said A is for apple, J is for, and she said Jacks. Apple. Who eats Apple Jacks? Apple juice was the answer, and she lost. So I said, "You're a loser." But now that my voice is back, I'm going to attempt to read this thing. Insight into the Franks and IGG. It's obvious that the defense is claiming that in Franks, the police lied about the nexus in the Kohlberger via the Elantra identification and then by the IGG. Proof through FBI emails shows the identification of the Elantra by the FBI is an 11 to 13, and proof they lied about the car. The IGG has obviously been uncovered as a false flag also. Now, I don't know that using that terminology on the IGG is fair. But what I did read in documents today, and if you folks have been reading those documents, is exactly what I said last week, is that when you put that sample in the fucking database, when you put the sample you got in a database, it's going to give you hundreds potentially of connections to that sample, hundreds. And then you have to statistically narrow it down. Let me ask this question. Were they told the name Kohlberger? And if so, how did they get the name Kohlberger to give to the people doing the DNA analysis for the IGG? Did they give them a list of all of the suspects' names? Was Kohlberger in that list? Did they give him just Kohlberger's name? I'm telling you, this IgG stuff, this "you are the father," has got some holes in it, folks. It's got some fucking holes in it. Always, DNA always has holes in it. Unless you're taking a sample off of my body and you got my saliva, my semen, my blood. When you want to identify me through direct comparison DNA, I don't really have any way to argue that one. Okay? But when you want to try to identify me from a few microscopic skin cells to build out a DNA profile through amplification and then stick that into a database, do you honestly think that when you do 23andMe, I see people that are in my family tree that there's just doesn't make any sense they're in there? They don't look like any of us. They don't have names like any of us. They don't have any corresponding relatives that I'm familiar with or that seem familiar along any of the other people in my tree. There is a variance. There is what they call a statistical analysis that takes place in this process of IgG. And that's where the problem can be. It could be an honest mistake. You know, everybody wants to run immediately and say the police are corrupt. And I think, you know what, the corruption in most of the police departments is? Most of the corruption is because they aim to hire the idiots. There was a case here in New York, and the guy sued and won. And he applied to be a patrol officer, and they denied him because he scored too high on the civil service and IQ exams. They fucking denied him. Basically because he was too smart. And so he got affirmative action to go after him. And he won the case, he sued him, and he ended up becoming a cop, and he took a settlement from him. But when you hear that, you think, you know, you know what the state's argument was? Nobody with that kind of intelligence is going to be satisfied in this job. Really? You know what this guy's counter argument was? Thank God for high IQ. He said, I dreamed of being a patrol officer since I was a very little boy. He goes, sure, I have many interests, but that's been my heart's desire since I can remember. They got their fucking ass handed to them in that court case. But that happened in the state of New York. What kind of bullshit is that? You're too smart to be a police officer? Look at that guy, John, that was on here. Listen, look at that guy, John, that was on here as a cop. You know, not too fucking smart. His bulb would have fucking probably been one in a string of fucking bulbs that you decorate your tree with. Not very smart, right? Doesn't burn at a high temperature. Probably could never catch your tree on fire. And that was the example of a policeman we've all had personal experience with if you've been a true crime. Officer John, the guy whose mother got attacked by a grandfather clock. So I attribute to a lot what you're seeing in the Kohlberger case to just stupidity. Just stupidity. And then what's your buddy? A lot of you guys go to that fucking paparazzi guy. He's got a confidential informant involved. And whatever they're paparazzi. If there's a confidential informant, so be it. I don't see it. All I see is the FBI and the IgG being mentioned always around anything of that nature, of the sealing of stuff and the confidential stuff. What's up, Frankie? Frank, Merry New Year. Happy Christmas, Merry New Year. Yeah. Anyway, Frank, if you just came in, I was just showing people the again where the car that they identified for Kohlberger, the FBI clearly identified somebody else's car. And you could tell now when you read that document, suspect vehicle 1, Brian Kohlberger is suspect vehicle 1, right? So there must be suspect vehicle, which is the 11, and then suspect vehicle 1. Also, you could see in documentation, this show better go until I ain't going for that long. I'm just going to do a quick one. That's why I didn't even call Cletus. You'll also see if you read through the documentation or you watch like they're stupid, but they're good liars. Let me just say that. Sometimes stupid people's best skill is a lie. I think that's probably correct. You guys have had life's experience, but usually the stupid people are ones that lie to you. And when Brett Payne was asked 2 questions by Ann Taylor, these are paraphrased, so let me just say that. But she asked him where they identified Brian's car from, or the 14 to 16 Elantra. And Brett Payne never said from the video around the house. No, he didn't say that at all. When she was asking for where they identified the car, He said, amongst the videos we collected, he didn't say it was at somewhere different than the house, and he didn't say that it was at the house. You see, he played with a generalized answer. We identified the 14 to 16 Elantra within the videos that we collected. Now, what videos did he collect that matter? Only one. There's only one fucking video that matters. That's the one around the house. Payne also, or then the FBI's also admitted that car. They're very happy to say, yeah, that's an 11 to 13. So as this guy's out there writing up all of these warrants and writing up this arrest, he knew 100% that car was not Brian's. He also knew Brian's phone didn't ping in the area at that house. He knew that already. His investigation into Kohlberger should have stopped. And whoever's supposed to be his informant, he should have got rid of. And if it's a confidential informant, that means that they work with the agencies. This is why I have an issue with. I don't listen to much of what Pavarotti says, but I caught some of that today. Matter of fact, what's his name? Jay Ombre. Maybe I should get a link for that little dickhead for this. This is a page I caught in one of his little short. If it's a short stream, I'll jump through it until I see something I like, and or something I think is interesting. That's what I do with most people's streams nowadays. I don't EMBRA. Here, I in no way support this guy. But in fairness to the guy, where is that? No, I think it was this one. In fairness to this guy, I will post you his fucking link to his fucking site. I don't recommend you listen to half of what the guy says, but that's all about you. Paste. Maury and other law enforcement already fucked up. Well, the other part of the hearings I pointed out the other day, that's for that goofball Jay Hombre. That's where this document came from. The revealing, because this guy's got it all fixed, sorted out. He knows everything. But whoever this informant was should be the one that's in lockup right now. And that's exactly what should happen. If the information this guy gave, if there is such a person, led for Brett Payne to make all of these, focused him on Kohlberger, unjustifiably so, and then tried to build a case around Kohlberger, which is what absolutely looks like happened here, then that informant and that police officer should both be in fucking jail. Not Brian Kohlberger. Right? Even if Brian Kohlberger did it. And I know people don't like hearing that, but I don't give a fuck. If he did it with this kind of fucking police work that captured him, fuck you, bro. This case needs to be dismissed with prejudice. Right? Because that's just not right. You identified a similar vehicle, not his. You identified his phone in the area, but not at the house. Then you couldn't locate the phone for 2 hours anywhere, specifically not at the house. Then you can't even denote his escape route. You don't even have evidence of the escape route. You think he went down such and such a fucking road. Then you got other images of a car that you said on the stand when asked that any of the images and any of the videos and photographs that you have identify Brian Kohlberger in his car. And he says, no. Jesus Christ, he reminds me of that fucking cop on YouTube there. What do you mean, no? Yeah, you wouldn't want me as a judge. I'll tell you that right now. Half of the people fucking enforcing justice would find themselves in the unemployment fucking line being denied. Okay? Denied, motherfucker. We ain't giving you shit. You're supposed to be a public servant. You became a public fucking liability, you fucking twit. You got to pay us. Pay us for the fucking times that we paid you. God bless it. Or God. Wow, we live in a society full of fucking morons. Really. And we're all morons. Look at even me. Even me. I just think that on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 being the worst of the morons and 1 being, well, you are on that list. I'm a fucking 1 and you all fucking 10s out there. It's crazy. See? Ask me, hey, Sarge, how you doing? I'm doing fucking awesome. Why? Well, because I just am. What up, Missy Q? unfucking real. Our world is insane. The world is insane. And the people that run the show and the people that are out here streaming are all the con men. Listen, you could classify me as a con man too. I got a pretty serious criminal background. None of it against kids, none of it against women. Okay. But I got a very serious criminal background. So you could consider me one of the con men. But let me be clear. If I'm conning you, okay, I ain't making no money doing it. You don't see nobody on here asking you for a nickel or a penny. My clicks, this stream is not monetized. I'm just here for my enjoyment. And because there's many of you out there that enjoy hearing me talk. Why, I don't know. But it makes me talk even more. So, you guys got to be careful with tuning into me. This is just a fucking show for the fucking sake of having a show. That's it. There's no benefit to any real person on this as far as like monetary benefit or some kind of show where I want to become something greater or grander and be one of these big fucking talking heads. There's no goal for that here. Oh my God. Well, none of this should have, here's the thing is what needs to happen. And they didn't do it in the Karen Reed case. Remember the Karen Reed case? We don't know what I can't say. Let me back up. Up till now, we don't know what they did in the Karen Reed case, but three prosecutors in the office wouldn't take it. 3 other fucking district attorneys wouldn't take that case. And they had to hire someone on the outside to prosecute this Karen Reed case again. The prosecuting office that brought the charges, the people that work in the office don't want to fucking pick the case up and carry it because it's a fucked up from the floor up case. The whole case is fucked up from the floor up. There's nothing that, if put together properly by a defense attorney, especially the closing statement. Closing statements need to be animated. They need to be simple, stupid. You need to take the very complex and make it as simple as possible. And you need to send the jury into the room with imagery in their head that undeniably shows your client didn't do it. Okay? I really should. My daughter's a lawyer. Okay? I probably should have been a lawyer. And she had no problem getting through to become a lawyer. Law is not that fucking complicated. Everything you need to know, the best thing about the law is everything you need to know is written down. And guess what? You don't have to learn how to manipulate some kind of special power tool to accomplish the understanding of law. It's all just a bunch of words, man. It ain't like you're trying to build a nuclear submarine in your basement where no matter how much you read, you just can't come up with the fucking tools to create what the fuck you're trying to build, right? The laws are not that complicated. Like I'm telling you, rocket science is not that complicated. It literally is not that complicated. And all of us have the capacity to learn, understand, make these things or not make these things. But when it comes to the law, there's nothing you really need to make. And it's funny that people will pick and choose what they want to believe, not based on facts, but based on what they want to believe is the right answer. It's almost like if I guess this guy's guilty before anybody else, I win some kind of fucked up prize. And you do. Maybe it's you get to jerk yourself for an extra minute or two. I don't know what the fucking prize is going to be. Or he's innocent, and I know I'm right. And everything you view is through the glasses of innocence. Listen, I've been there, done that myself. But really, when you think about the time you spend out here, that's going to sort itself out in court. But don't you really want, like, look at these people. I'll give you another example. We could say there were 2 terrorist attacks today, right? Don't take rocket science to know an open border allowing people in from all over the fucking world without checking them. Might invite terrorists into the country. And it shouldn't take a fucking rocket scientist to know that the representatives of your government in all areas that matter have been fucking killing and slaughtering people around the globe for the last fucking 24 fucking years. Right? So it shouldn't be that hard to understand why we're fucking hated. And why people would want to come here and drive fucking trucks into us. Because they rightly see us as the government. Our government's acting on our behalf. None of us want to accept that. It ain't fucking Joe Biden that's got to surrender. It's the American people. And whatever Joe Biden, whatever Bush did, whatever Obama did, and I'm keeping Trump out of it because Trump stopped all the wars. If for any other reason you don't like that motherfucker, that's one reason you got to admit you can't fucking deny, right? He got us out of all of these wars. And then when someone fucking arranged to kill our people and our troops, he blew that motherfucker up. He didn't blow up the country the person came from. He blew up the motherfucker that ordered it. All right, so listen, I'm not pro-Trump or pro-Biden or pro any of these guys. I'm just making a point. So when you got all of this shit happening today in the country, you blame your leadership. You pay attention to that. Don't worry about who these people are or where they came from. Why are they here? And the problem is not you or me. I didn't do nothing to these people, but I certainly didn't stand up and stop my government. And that's an example of how, when you look at true crime, I didn't do anything to fucking Brian Koberger, but the government did on my behalf. Imagine being this kid in jail. Dude, I'd be, holy fuck, would I be going crazy. He's been in jail since December 2022. And this is January 2025. Right? And they identified a vehicle with the FBI and then ignored that identification. They identified his phone in areas that have nothing to do with the fucking crime and ignored that. They identified his phone not at the crime scene and no other imagery of his car, placing him at the crime scene or in close proximity to during the times of the killings that matter. Which Ann keeps pointing out. Doesn't it matter, Mr. Payne, that these videos are relevant to the crime? I don't want to see videos from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. I want to see videos from fucking 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. Those are the pertinent times of the crime, not 5 to 6 a.m. And this is something that really bothers me with a lot of you streamers out here, you fucking idiot motherfuckers. When all of their evidence can only show him somewhere else, and then you're told how to fill in the fucking blanks, and you go right ahead and fill them in based on what they tell you. Wow. You would have a better life if you spent your time trying to figure out how to fucking do to suck yourself off or lick your own pussy. You would get more pleasure and more fucking reward from that fucking act than you would by thinking, because you just don't know how to think. You can't arrest somebody that you can't place at the scene of the crime. And then you can't go ahead and lie and switch it to suspect vehicle 1, avoiding the real identification of that car and all your warrants. It's ridiculous. The entire fucking document was exculpatory from the day it was written. And yet, nobody says a fucking word about it. Yeah, they got 51 terabytes of data, but they got an 8-minute crime. 12 minutes at best. And this is the people that you pay to represent you that are there to protect the citizens of that town. If this kid did it, and I said this a long time ago and I forget, that's what pissed off that cop, John. If this kid did it, and this case gets thrown out because of what these cops did, fucking I'm glad and happy. That's what we deserve. We earned it. We earned it because we let people like this represent the law. We let people like this protect our fucking constitutional limits. We don't have constitutional rights. We have constitutional limits. We are the fucking government, and these jerk-offs don't work for me. And if they do, they need to be fired. And that goes for all of you. All of you need to have that, and all of us should be sending a letter to that fucking police department. You son of a bitches need to quit with no retirement, no pay, no nothing. How do you allege this kid did it when he had a totally different year car? You knew it, and you know it, and you always knew it, and you still charge this guy. Now Daniel's grasping for fingerprints. Jesus Christ, Daniel. But look at Queen fucking Carl's here. We got him. We have to introduce him. Let's see. Queen Carl. Wow, something's happened here. There it is. So yeah, I guess I get flustered. It's almost like telling somebody over and over again, 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. 3 + 3 = 6. and then have them say it back to you. And they're 1 + 1 = 6, and 6 + 3 is 5, and 5 + 8 is 9. And you're like, what? That's not what I said. Yeah, it is. We are our own worst enemy, whether it be in politics or it be in crime or it be in anything. We for some reason have stepping away from government, right? And this is a matter of convenience, right? It used to be all churches, used to be all people. Like you see the Amish. You guys see the Amish built those 12 tiny houses? That's what Americans used to do for Americans when they could. But then government started picking up the slack. Government started doing what churches used to do. Government started doing what community groups used to do. Government started doing this. Government started doing this. Government started doing this. Government do the schools. Government does this. Government does. And we all became this fucking complicit on dependent on government. And we know, and there's got to be, listen, there's got to be more instances of government ignorance than there is fucking debt. All right, you get, for every dollar of debt, there's got to be 10 fucking examples of fucking ignorance by the government officials that are working for us, whether it be in Washington or our own state. Imagine a state like mine that if you order $100,000 in fucking salt for the roads this year, and you don't use the whole $100,000 in salt, you can't get $100,000 in salt granted to you next year. You got to use it all to be able to get what you got, and then even more. If you don't use it all, right, then you can't get any replacement. What kind of an accounting fucking jerk off is that? If you give me $100,000 in salt, and this year I only use $20,000 worth of salt, next year I'm going to ask for $20,000 in salt because I got $80,000 sitting in a motherfucking barn. That's what you and I would all say, but that's not how your government operates it. And what do? Nothing. We don't do nothing. We vote for a guy like Trump thinking he's going to fix it all. Okay. And we do nothing. You sit back, you sign all these user agreements, you sit back, you watch all of this chaos and all of this flashback from what your government's been doing overseas, all the money laundering they do, all the participation. The United States government is considered the biggest sex trafficker on earth. On earth, the government itself. But American people don't want to discuss that or talk about that. What do they want to do? They want to just talk about things after they happen. They don't want to put any of their time or their name on the line to sit tight on particular issues and follow through with them. You know? Who had the 10-hour live? Who the hell had a 10-hour live? See, I think he's exaggerating if he's talking about it here. I only had a 4-hour, 36-minute live. Yeah. So I don't mean to come out here in the new year and bitch and all of that, fuck. But someone's got to point out, we all need to start learning how to think again. And the first way to start learning how to think is to stop letting people interpret information for you. For Daniel at the Drunk Turkey, I don't know if that's his show anymore or not. I just don't know. Because he goes by DT. It used to be the Drunk Turkey show when I saw it. But nonetheless, you got to stop asking third parties for information. Okay? Daniel, you want to know what something means in a legal document? Look that shit up. Look up the cases that they're referring to. Okay? It's not that hard to understand any of this stuff. You could just simply highlight it and click search on a term you don't know, on words you may not know, or a phrase in the law you may not understand. You just highlight it and click search. There you go. Bingo. Case law. Highlight it, click search. Bingo. You know, there are places that lawyers can get into that you can't, that you could pay for, but you can actually go. You don't need a law license to go in there and use the information or to read it, or research, or understand it. So spend a few dollars. But third party, oh my God. When I heard him say that and then say his mind was in a fog, I'm thinking, if you heard what was coming out of your mouth as a listener, if you heard what was coming out of your mouth right now, and you're telling me you were in a fog yesterday, but not today, you yourself would question your own fucking intelligence with the explanation you give with third-party information to try to understand something in a written document. I think, I think we're all crazy. But look there is absolutely nothing that I've seen, nothing in the way of the Idaho 4 that tells me that car that they observed on a video that they have from the time of the crime. So from 4:07 a.m. until 4:20 a.m. That car was in the area. It had driven around the building and parked. Then at 4:20 a.m., it took off at high rate of speed. Prior to the 4:07 a.m., I think at 3:39 a.m. or some other time, that car was seen in the area. That car was seen making a U-turn or a K-turn in that area. That car's got a big description of its events in that area around that home. And they knew the whole fucking time that that wasn't Kohlberger's car. At least Brett Payne did. At least Brett Payne knew that. And this is where we as a group of people should just be outraged. Outraged. We're not going to use the PCA. We're going to use the indictment. Well, the PCA. Just be aware, folks. They didn't indict. They didn't arrest him under an indictment. They arrested him under a probable cause affidavit. Okay, and by then issuing that to arrest the guy. Okay, and then thinking you could just ignore that and only use the indictment is a bit fucking crackhead thinking. That's what I think. I think people, you go smoke crack. If you can't suck your own dick, go smoke crack. Go do something. Because think it just isn't the forte of so many of the people that are involved, whether it be politics or anything. People are like there's another. People are screaming about Trump for getting behind Elon and saying the HB1 visas are good. Well, they are good. You dumb motherfuckers. Those are countries, the best of those people in that country's best, go through a process to come here and work and then become a citizen. Those people are the most vetted and pre-qualified for whatever trade they're looking for. Why wouldn't you let them in? Now, yes, is it abused? Has there been instances where companies have fired the American workforce and replaced? Yes, there's an issue with that program in that respect. But if not that, should we just keep the border open? Just let any fucking guy come in here with the idea of wanting to kill us, run us the fuck over, blow shit up in front of Trump's buildings, shoot him? You got one of the attempted assassins on Trump connected to your federal government, connected to the military, connected to Ukraine and the Ukraine war. What the fuck? All of this shit is going on. I don't know who the forensic foreskin is. You're way ahead of the paperwork. What's happening here in this? I don't know if I'm way ahead of the paperwork. I don't think I am. What Anna's filing now would have been the argument she would have made in the preliminary hearing, right? And he waived his right to a speedy preliminary hearing, and then he was indicted. No, I'm telling you, the information used against Kohlberger in that grand jury is going to be a joke. That's why I'm surprised. I don't know, I don't know exactly why when they I don't know why when she tried to get the whole thing nixed by going after the indictment wasn't strucken down. But I think what happened in that hearing, I wasn't there, none of us were. But because I'm a guy that can think a little bit every now and then, not always, but every now and then, I think what happened in the hearing to strike the indictment was that you weren't in there able to challenge the veracity of the evidence. You were in there to challenge the veracity of the process. My cousin Benny. And I believe the process of indictment is exactly, if we go back and think, I think that's exactly what she objected to on some level. But it was only under those conditions that indictment could have been dismissed. It was in the preliminary hearing where she was going to be able to argue that the points that she's making right now to suppress are the exact points that would have happened in June of 2023. But that was knocked out of the box by an indictment, right? And then when she challenged the indictment, I think you can only challenge the indictment on the grounds of procedure, not on the grounds of what it contains. Okay? Because whatever they told the court, the jurors it contained, they told the jurors it contained. And that information was enough for the jurors to go that way. Whether the information was a lie is not, That's to be determined by the courts that have the case in front of them. No, they're going to try to fall down. Here's what I'm glad when I was watching some of this stuff. I got up late. I was up late, so I got up late. But about, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock, I was skimming through a bunch of different stuff, and I try to hopscotch through somebody's stream to see where they're going. Just checking what my man Sarge is saying. It makes too much sense. I'm confused. The preliminary hearing, where usually people waive a preliminary hearing and they plead guilty, and I've always said that's the worst thing you could do. You never do that. On any charge, you take the preliminary hearing, and then you like Brian Koberger did. He stood silent when he was indicted and they charged him. He stood silent. And I say to you, look at, I want whoever did this to these 4 youngsters, I want them to be held to account. But I'll tell you who I want held to account even more. I mean, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And no matter how stale that sounds, and no matter how Trekkie that might sound, that's true. And the needs of the many are that these kinds of fucking cases get handled properly. And people don't make these ignorant fucking decisions with no checks and balances. There should have been somebody looking over his shoulder. You always need somebody to carry the opposite opinion of you. Okay? Or somebody that can check what you're saying and show you without any question this is an error. These 2 cars are not the same, like a Sesame Street. Right? Sometimes we all need to be brought back to fucking Sesame Street. These 2 things don't match. Okay? Round pegs may fit in a square hole, but I trust me when I tell you, square pegs don't fit in round holes. Right? It's all about the size of the peg in the hole. But you know what I mean, folks. And for the information collected and used, and a warrant to charge this guy with 4 horrific homicides, be good. And not have a single piece of evidence that places him at the crime of the scene. And the only thing you claim that shows any Brian Koberger connection to it at all, if there's even means anything, is touch DNA, which has been relabeled as transfer DNA. That's your evidence against this guy. What are the other 3 male DNA sources? Are any of them blood, saliva, semen, sweat, fingerprints? Daniel? Oh, Daniel, that's why I avoid your show, and you haven't heard me mention your name in a long time. Maybe I should post your link here too. Unfucking believable. You 2 are the opposite. That Hombre and that guy are like fucking Bopsy twins, but they're on the opposite side of the fucking coin. But they're on the same ass coin. This guy's trying to solve the crime, and fucking Daniel's already decided who did the crime. It was Brian, and anything the police say or any document or any question Ann puts forward, which is factual, he just blows up and twists into something that doesn't even make any fucking sense. I don't understand. You're not going to learn how to think hanging around a guy like that. If anything, you're going to learn how to be an ignorant fuck. Lazy ignorance. That's what that is. And I'm the laziest motherfucker there is. Frank will tell you if he's in here. Ain't nobody more lazy than me. I swear to God. I swear to you, there's no one more lazy than me. Unless it comes to devouring information. But when it comes to doing things, I got the smallest lawn in my neighborhood. My lawn would be 60 by 40. My front lawn. And I have a riding fucking lawnmower for that. It's not even 60. I think it may be 40. It's not even, okay, hang on. It's got to be 40 by, can't be, it's 43 wide. The lot's narrow. The lot's only 43 feet. Then you got a driveway, so it's 30 feet by 40 feet. 40 by 30 feet. People's houses are bigger than that. And I got a riding lawnmower for that. I could pay to have it cut, but I was given the riding lawnmower through my business. I did something we had done something for a guy, and he just threw this in. And because at that time my workers all rented, I said I'll take it. And so I drive around on a riding lawnmower on a 1,200 square foot lawn. Okay. And when people see me, I wipe my hand across my forehead like I'm working hard, and I shake my hand like I'm shaking sweat off my forehead. And my neighbors all got bigger yards than me, and they're out there with their push mowers. Yikes. It's fucking crazy, man. I don't even know what to say. I got a driveway. I have a snow plow in the front of my truck. I won't even shovel snow. I'm telling you. I eat off paper plates, so I don't got to do dishes. Literally. I tried getting into the silverware that's plastic, but I didn't dig that too much. And when you're eating steaks, T-bone steaks all the time, you could just throw it on a double Dixie plate, and it's fucking perfect, man. I eat cereals from fucking tossed away bowls. I have all my shit delivered. I run a construction company off of a desktop computer and quote and sell jobs without ever leaving my house. Okay? And the reason I'm telling you this is lazy isn't always a bad thing. It might even be an indication of brilliance when you get right down to all the things. I'm probably the most successful, lazy fucking person you'll ever meet in your life. Financially and otherwise. Happiness, conveniences, net worth, all of that. Health. I have to say, I don't look too bad. Right? And I've been doing this my whole life for 30 years. It's not something I just fucking got into doing. I've been like this my whole fucking life. It's insane. All my working life. And it's always worked out well for me. I don't know. And when it comes to stuff like when you get into all of this stuff like government stuff and government bills and government and the laws and the regulations, and then you get into the enforcement process of it. Let me just say, I don't care who you dislike more in the world. The person you might dislike the most. As a matter of fact, if 100 million people agree to dislike that particular person, I honestly think that when New York State extended the statute of limitations to get Trump, that the entire state of New York, all the taxpayers should have stopped fucking paying federal tax or state tax or something. We should have revolted against the government. What he's accused of doing was well beyond the statute of limitations with this one woman that claims he sexually assaulted her. Well beyond. And New York passed a 1-year bill that would allow Donald Trump to be charged. They extended the statute of limitations for just 1 year. And I don't know of any other case that took advantage of that extension because it wasn't really that well pushed. So the state of New York had a 20-year fucking time limit on sexual harassment or whatever it may have been that he was eventually charged with. And by the time they charged Trump, it happened in 96. So you guys do the math. 96 to 06 is 10 years. To 016 is 20 years. And to 2017 or 18 is 22 or 23 years. And I don't remember what the statute of limitations was. It might have been 15 years. Even if it were 20 years, it's gone. It's gone. Once the statute of limitations is gone, it's gone. So you're saying they're using that to get Diddy too? Then like with Diddy and like with Epstein, I don't want to know nothing about nothing. If you rape children or did something to minors, that's a problem. Get them legitimately for that. But if you're a famous actress and you went there for orgies, I'd have say, why didn't you call me? I'd have come. Literally and figuratively. I would have come. I mean, everybody is different, but if somebody's having sex on Epstein Island with adults of proper age, it's none of my business. Even if you're cheating on your wife, it's not for me to know. Right? Same thing if you went to Diddy's and you're a famous movie star and you banged your way around that. I don't care who you slept with or what gender they were. It's just none of my business. I don't need to know that to watch your movies. As a matter of fact, I'd rather not know that. I don't want to know that about the guy that's working on my fucking car either. I don't want to know these things about people. I don't want to deny people pleasures that they find pleasurable so long as they're within the bounds of the law. That's just not a place that we all need to be. It's none of you got secrets. We all got secrets. Why do they got to be secrets? Just who gives a, we don't want to know these things. You want to destroy a politician, say you had sex with a guy. So what if he had sex with a guy? Well, he's straight and he's married. Yeah, well, apparently he's fucking a little bit on the fucking squiggly side. Right? And that's between him and his wife and the fucking person he's sleeping with. Now, if the reason that could be used against people, the reason that could be used is because we all have this fucking insane view of sexual intercourse. I don't know what the hell's happened to us, but we're sexual beings. People do things sexual. That's their business. Leave it alone. If it crosses the line of legality, then pin them to the wall. That's the end of it. You don't go ahead and change your state laws on an allegation that can't be proved. He touched me in a dressing room. What? He touched you? Anyway, folks, that's what I mean. We have things happening all around us. Our government officials, whether they be in Idaho or in the federal government, or they're in Washington, they're in Chicago, they're in fucking Vegas, they're in California, they're in Florida, they're in Kentucky, wherever the fuck you are, your officials are using your precious fucking limits that they're not supposed to cross. And they're crossing those limits and using them to benefit themselves. Whether it be for something as stupid as a promotion. You'd be amazed at what people will do for stupidity. Let's hope Brian Kohlberger does file a massive lawsuit. You know, and I've said it a million times. Somebody show me that Brian Kohlberger put himself in that car. If the politician would lie to his wife, what makes you think he would lie to you? Well, I honestly think, folks, that lying to your wife and then lying at work is two different things. You know, I mean, everybody, that sounds like a brilliant little analysis there, Trella, but that really isn't always true. Right? That really isn't always true, that because a politician would lie to his wife about his sexual escapades, that he would lie to the country about everything he does. Now, there's a lot of instances where both of those are happening. But that doesn't make them immutable truths. And that doesn't really make, like, so if Donald Trump had an affair on his wife, I really don't care. There weren't millions of people killed under his administration funding wars. That matters to me. I don't care if he banged 88 women while Melania was pregnant. It's none of my business. It's his business and his wife's business. I don't care if Bill Clinton cheated on Hillary. That's none of my business. Okay? Ethics is all based on the point of view and perspective you view it from. Your perspective is what then gives you this idea of morals and immoral and ethical and unethical. But when you look at a person's actions for their job, it's going to be different than their actions in other areas of their life. I am sure that a completely honest, fair-minded individual with his wife is just as capable of coming to Congress and then lying to make himself a millionaire. You mean to tell me that's never happened? Sure it has. I'm sure a guy that's honest at his job in the Congress and is honest with his family and his constituents, I am sure that guy also may have a hobby like going out fishing and getting fucking ridiculously drunk, falling down drunk. So what? My point is that perspective should be situational. You can't just, it's not like you're spreading peanut butter across a piece of bread and you're covering the whole piece of bread with peanut butter. People are much more complicated than that. Right? They're just much more complicated than that. So you can't necessarily judge everybody. Like they say, you can't judge a book by its cover. And that is what they say when they're talking about each of us. So if you know a couple of derogatory things about somebody, then ask yourself. If for instance, I'll give you another example. If you guys watch the cases in New York against Trump with that $500 million fine, if you watch that case, your mind would fall right out of the fucking table. You wouldn't believe that they're going after a guy that applied for a loan, like you and I do, that in the process of that loan provided valuations of the property from companies that do that work. And along with the valuations, they're called appraisers. So with the appraisers' work, they then install in the contract, in the application, that this is an appraisal done by so-and-so, and that we understand and recommend that you do your own due diligence with your own appraiser to verify the value of the properties. So the bank doesn't have to depend. If you go for what Trump did is what all of us do. We all do this, and we've all been doing this for a long time. When you go, if any of you've ever got a second mortgage, right? You'll see sometimes if you work with a mortgage broker or work with a bank, you'll see that there's appraisers will give different prices for the same house. And the reason that happens is it's an opinion. Some appraisers will take the average of the sales in your area, the average sale, and then apply it to your home. Some appraisers will take the highest sale and then compare your home to that highest and maybe even appraise your house higher than that sale. So in other words, it's like DNA. It's a subjective analysis of the data. So Trump applied for a loan from Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank was advised to do its own diligence. Deutsche Bank did or did not do its own diligence, and then provided Trump with terms for a loan based on Trump's statements, based on Trump's assessments, based on outside corporations and companies that helped put this together. They relied on what Trump said. They chose to go with it. And they gave Trump these big fucking loans at preferable interest rates. Trump, in kind, repaid all of those loans, made those banks millions and millions of dollars, and never ever defaulted or was late on any of the loans. Where's the crime there, folks? There is no crime. And what they're saying in New York is Trump lied in those appraisals. Trump misrepresented his net worth. Trump misrepresented the value of the properties. Trump misrepresented this. Trump misrepresented that. That's what their argument, that's what they're trying to fine him $500 million for. And in every single instance where here's the funny thing. The banks themselves were brought in to testify. And the banks themselves admit that if he applied for a loan today, they'd give it to him because he's been so good for business. That there was never an instance under which they gave Trump an iffy, questionable loan or were worried about the results of the loan. There was never a concern to do business with Donald Trump because of how much money he made them, right? So what the fuck is New York doing getting involved in that private transaction of a bank? A bank that doesn't have any complaints, a bank that made millions of dollars. This case is crazy, and yet it's people that represent us that need to be targeted. The people in Idaho, those people involved in this case need to, and not in a violent or way of any shape or form, but they need to be questioned. They need to be held to task. They need to be voluntarily or told, you need to step down, you need to quit, you need to get out of here. Crabtree say what he said. What did Carl say? Jones has brought many things to light. Who's Jones? Psychopaths are excellent. I'm going to go back and read some of these comments, so bear with me a second. Because a liar or a cheater. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly can just say, folks, that don't get mad when the liar lies to you. I never paid attention to Alex Jones. I never, Alex Jones, I never paid attention to. Whether some of his stuff is right or wrong, I don't know. I don't know. There's so many things out there that have been turned into a conspiracy. Every single thing. Kennedy's assassination, 9/11, any major event, World War II, the attack on Hawaii. There's always people out there. We never went to the moon. We live in a firmament. There is no such thing as space. All of these fucking things all come in and they become topics that I don't know, man. I think 100 years from now, people are going to look back at us and just laugh their balls off. No, but accountability needs to be demanded by the citizens, Mikey. Right? I mean, we don't hold anyone accountable. We really don't. I mean, the closest we've come is maybe in this election here, where they re-voted Trump in. More people agreed to do that than not. So, I mean, that holds true in every aspect of that statement. I think the guy won the first election with 65 million. lost the second one with 75 million or 74 million, and won this one with 78 million or something. So I don't know. I just think that if creators want to determine guilt or innocence, that's fine in my book, so long as your guilt or innocence is taking into consideration the accusations against this man and how they've all been jumbled up and fucked up from the floor up. Trump is the only one that fired people. The government is a criminal enterprise, and that's why Trump is hated the most by those in the government. And the fact that Americans will sit by and watch their government target a citizen just because they didn't like him, just because he got elected president. They lied about everything during his time he was there. He never colluded with Russia. He never had any contact with Russia. And there was nobody working for Russia working for him to work for Putin. That was all disproven. Yet many people don't understand that. They don't care. They just were told to hate the guy, so they hate the guy. They don't care that he passed a law that saved the 1,500 people that Kamala put in jail for small amounts of marijuana were freed under Trump. He got rid of that law. The law that Joe Biden called people that were black super fucking predators. Trump got rid of that law. He did do a lot of good things. My big issue with Trump was two things. One, how he handled COVID, and two, he never drained the swamp. Those two things disturbed me, and I really even let's see if he's changed, if he actually does do it. I mean, it looks like this time I can say that his answers to some questions and the fact that he surrounded himself with a lot of people that aren't politicians, that share the same ideas that I share and maybe you share. I don't need, 800,000 IRS fucking agents, right? The income tax should be erased. There should be a flat tax. And I'm tired of being told millionaires and billionaires don't pay their fair share, right? Their fair share for what? So that you could go blow up other fucking countries? So that you could go give my money away? That so you could create some fucking group, special fucking interest groups, and feed our money to them so that you can let all these millions across the border and give them our money? Fuck you with that tax that they don't pay enough. Anybody that can find a way not to pay tax and still make it legal, I'm all on board with them. Can you please tell me how? Tell me all of you wouldn't have fucking do that. Every single one of you to the last. If there was truly a legal way not to pay income taxes, you would all jump on fucking board for that. So that's what I mean. They're Americans too. The fact that they concentrated on making money more than anything else in their life is their fucking business. There's more millionaires in this country than there is anywhere else in the world. Why? Because that's the land of opportunity. And Trump said that on a debate stage. He's right about BKB. I don't believe I'm the skinhead idea. I'm watching what I'm saying, but don't be confused. I'm not saying anything against Crabtree. Who's Crabtree? How about that? Who? Yeah, I don't pay attention to that Pavarotti. Like I said, that document came from a stream he ran. But anybody that's trying to solve this case, to me, is just an idiot in idiot land. The case isn't for an internet YouTuber or fucking someone using their cell phone to be solved. And by doing that and by participating in that, we're not hurting anything. Yeah, you are. You're letting guys like Brett Payne keep their job. You're letting prosecutors like Bill Taylor keep their job. That's exactly what you're doing. You're avoiding responsibility where responsibility should be taken by us as a group. And you're gonna argue about guilty or innocent with Brian Koberger. Well, what about arguing? Look what the government's done over in that state. The likelihood that someone did this and still is free out there, or other persons did this and is still free out there, or that Brian did this and it looks like he's going to be free out there. And you're going to keep arguing, he's guilty. They'll never let him go. Well, then you're not reading the legal documents. You don't understand the simple fucking language that's called English and these filings that this defense attorney has been bringing up the whole time. This isn't new. These filings and arguments have been being made in front of open hearings. Oh, it's just a distraction. It's a delay tactic. A delay tactic that you were told the car was an 11 to 13 and then you arrested a guy that owns a 14 to 16. And that when you wrote the document, you stopped using a verified FBI identification of a vehicle and then started using the word suspect vehicle 1. You obfuscate over the fact. You ignore that. That's a problem, right? I don't know that he's innocent. I wouldn't go that far, Gannon. There's no way I would accept that he's innocent, nor will I accept that he's guilty. That's what I want to try to teach people. It's not your place to make that determination, to believe it or debate it. This man was charged with a quadruple homicide. Okay? Show me the money. Show me the money. Based on what information was he arrested on? What's the evidence? What's the actual evidence against the man? How did this evidence come into existence? Under what order of actions did you take to get to this conclusion? That's why I've always loved Ann when she's like, Your Honor, I've had several other attorneys review this with me in trying to understand how they identified my client. Was it the car? Because it can't be the car. Was it the DNA? How did they identify my client? So here's what I want to say again. Look, Brian Koberger could have went off air and walked to that house, jogged to that house, stargazed his way to that house, and right? But he couldn't have done it like someone like that drip drop says. He parachuted in. He came in through a fucking tunnel. Blah, 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 blah. None of that's insane. What up there, warning label? The insanity of it and the way these creators have monetized this. And that's the key thing. I enjoy making money, but I will not make money for the sake of money. In other words, there's got to be you got to have some kind of core values, I think. But again, it's just the way I view life. You don't have to do that. Where there's chances, there's times where I've been over a significant amount, and I made sure that the person got their money back. There's been times where I've been under a significant amount, and I've said nothing to nobody because that's just my fault, right? So I try to be fair. And in the end, let me just say this: on jobs that I've made a small error, always recovers because another job or two later, or the next 5 jobs in a row, there was a slight benefit to me. The error it all comes out in the wash. In other words, it all evens out. Yeah, Mikey, it evens out. And it evens out because I'm trying to be as fair as I can be. Right? So, which is you could be totally fair with people. And when you do that, there's unknowns in everything that you do. It all evens out when you're on the path of trying to do the right thing. And when you're coming up here and you're trying to tell people, you're a purveyor of information. You're up here giving people data, and then you're putting your interpretation to it. Rather than how about if you walk me through why you've come to the conclusion Brian is innocent? Under what basis? Because even when I look at it the way I look at it, when I see what I see, in all fairness, I can't know whether he's innocent or guilty. It's just an unknowable. Like I've said 100 times, if he did it, the only thing I'm sure of is he didn't do it the way the Idaho cops made statements and swore oaths and affiants where they sign statements under oath and swear that this is what they know and this is what they have evidence of. Not a single bit of that has anything to do with his involvement in the crime. That's the crazy thing. They may say they don't want to use the PCA, okay? But that indictment then better be something completely different than the PCA. That indictment, but they already had him in custody. But so what does that mean? That means the probable cause was wrong, and yet they arrested him and charged him with 4 homicides. And it wasn't until the secret indictment that they got the case right, and now they kept him in jail. I can't separate practically the PCA from his indictment. They're 2 different processes, but I can't separate when these cops are brought to court and they're asked questions. And the one cop says he provided a map that he didn't save the work for, that he provided the day before the grand jury. So in other words, everything that she's questioning, everybody seems to think is connected to the PCA. Yeah, you would think that's what they'd have to do to us, right? They would have to do that. And you all have our own speculations. Yeah, that's part of it. But I think all of us should at least be able to agree there's no way to determine guilt or innocence until the fat lady sings, right? You're able to think that, but to go out there and keep presenting that this information, you're using the same information we're all seeing, and you're ignoring key pieces of information, or most cases they're adding things. Like Daniel is saying, because they don't have a fingerprint expert, a DNA expert, they don't have an expert. That's what Ann was saying, an expert for all these different things that are part of this case, right? That automatically means they got Brian Kohlberger's fingerprints. We don't know that to be true. And that assumption may not have anything to do with Brian Kohlberger. That fingerprint may may, to me, presumptively mean that one of the other DNA samples may have come from a fingerprint. It could have come from Kohlberger. There may be an argument that Kohlberger's fingerprint was found in that house. I find that highly suspect. I don't believe it. I don't think that's accurate. I hate using that word believe, so I apologize. I have yet to see anything that indicates Brian Kohlberger had fingerprints at that crime scene. But I've heard nothing about the other 3 samples of DNA. Where were they exactly? What were they collected with? What were they? Were they dead skin cells? Were they from a fingerprint or a smudge? Where and what and how did they come by these other 3 fingerprints? So my assessment is that's where the fingerprint analysis is applicable. It's still applicable to the unknown DNA, not Brian Kohlberger. You know what? He's ex-law enforcement, that guy? Jesus Christ. That's even worse. I didn't know that. That's even worse. Oh my God. Oh boy. Are you serious? Is that true, folks? That drunk turkey dude is ex-law enforcement? Wow. See? And he worked in a small college town too. Yeah. No, I accept that that's insane. And we allow people like that to enforce our laws. Right? I'm stumped. Wow, man. That's just insane. I'm scared for all of us. You know? Everybody's got to have a job, right? And here, I don't have a call in tonight. And I'll tell you why. I was going to turn this into a call-in show, and I'm going to. But there's a StreamYard link if anybody wants to jump in. I don't know what happened. But after I did that stream by connecting to Google Voice, then my computer froze up. Right? And I would open 4 or 5 web tabs and my computer would freeze up. And that just seems unlikely. The computer's a powerhouse. It just internet tabs are not going to lock up this machine. So anyway, I shut the machine off overnight. And when I turned it on the next day, which was the day after that stream, Monday, I turned it off. Anyway, everything's run fine since. But then today, when I opened StreamYard, StreamYard said there is no mic. There's something wrong with there's no microphone. It saw the microphone, but it said not installed, unable to start. And so I uninstalled the mic and rebooted, as you're saying right there, Miss Q. I physically went and uninstalled the drivers and then rebooted and then got the machine. It rebooted, running perfect. Then I turned on the USB because my USB, I've got USB strips with. So I turned the mic back on. And it installed the drivers correctly. And I almost missed the stream. I set up the stream, but wouldn't recognize the microphone. I almost thought I screwed it up to the point where it was going to fall apart. That the stream, I would have to not run the stream. But that's not the case. Obviously, here I am yammering away. Yeah. Well, you're welcome to come up, but you probably got some excuse not to come up there, Twizzle. But it would be nice to start the new year. 12 gauge. I try to get his engagement. He's coming here, but for whatever reason, he don't come up. I think maybe because he realizes or he thinks that I'm going to be harsh because he's got some of these people in here with the innocent or guilty on his stream, and I see that and I hear that and I just tune out and I go somewhere else or I go do something or you need to download cleaner apps. Nah, this is an old machine. I built this machine in 2010 and the machine has been running since 2010 without ever being turned off. It's now 2014. In all fairness, though, a couple of months ago, I did have to replace the main board because the memory controller, it's a high performance machine and it has a high powered 140-watt memory controller. And that memory controller wasn't allowing the memory to work properly. So I had to trash the motherboard. But that motherboard lasted 13 years, more than that, probably all of the 14 years before, because I just replaced it. And I never turn my computers off. I no matter what computer I own, it's on 24/7. And I build them myself, and I do that. I'll tell you folks why I do that. Anytime electricity or current is run through anything, that naturally creates heat. And so every time, you guys see that there's fans and everything on a computer to keep them cool. So the connections are so small inside of a computer that constant expansion and contraction from being cold to hot, that will cause circuitry chips. It'll cause, there's trace wiring. It's not wiring, but there's motherboard wiring or traces. That stuff constantly expanding and contracting, the connection will eventually break, and it'll fail sooner. And so what I make sure to do is keep the heatsink clean. I got a way to do that with the machine running, and I just keep the machine whatever its normal operating temperature is. That's it, and I don't turn it off. That's why I think I got 14 years out of a computer, and the power supply popped after 13 years, and then the motherboard had been giving me trouble for at least a couple of years, but not enough trouble to keep me from using it every day. I just knew it had a limit. Like I can open up probably 100 tabs on this page with Google Chrome. I could only open up 4 or 5 on the computer. The memory controller was pretty shot, but I still was able to use it, and I actually ran the stream off of that, even in this limited capacity, for quite a while. I'll come up in the new year. Yeah. Well, there's a link if anybody wants to come up. I'm not so sure anybody wants to, but in the case where I just closed that window, I'm just rather stunned. I have to say that politics and stuff. Hang on, I got to kill the volume on X. There you go. Listen, I understand we're all crazy about immigration, but I also think that the idea that nobody's going to immigrate here and no program should exist to allow it. It's kind of insane. I saw that today with people bitching about the H-1B visas, and I just thought, man, come on, folks. And here's an interesting thing, and this helped ruin the empire of Rome because listen, one thing generally doesn't cause a catastrophic failure. Okay, just so people know. You can have a misfire on an engine. It's not going to stop you from getting to work. That misfire combined with something else may, in fact, cause you not to get to work. Generally, single source failures aren't really that relevant when it comes to a society. Societies over time, things start misfiring. And in Rome, like here, one of their misfires was they had conquered so much territory of so much different people that had so many different ways of living and so many different cultural differences, and that played to it. Plus, as life gets easier and better, like you'll see here in America, the birth rate of American children is low. People are having 1 or 2 kids today, and that's the population in decline. That naturally starts to happen when life starts to get easier and easier and easier, rather than the other way. You would think it's the other way. But as we advance technologically, our birth rates have gone down. And so, of course, if you're going to continue this way of living, why not allow skilled workers to come to the country. And just I mean, Americans, that's the best thing about an American. American doesn't mean anything about race. You could be white or brown or yellow or black or green. America is a concept. It's an idea of a way of living life as a society. And that can continue if you're bringing people in, especially people that are coming in to be part of the American dream. Now, that's it too, but it's not even that they can't afford to have kids. There's a lot of reasons for it. But you'll notice that back in the early 1900s, a family of 8 or a family of 12 wasn't that uncommon. You'll see that the population was lower, the people were more spread out. So there was no entertainment like you have today. So there's a whole bunch of factors that go into the birth rate being coming down. And birth rate factors are one of the arguments I use against the existence of Bigfoot. We found out here the other day, thanks to Cletus, that 2 people died searching for Bigfoot. No mention that they were killed by Bigfoot, but again, I think Bigfoot is a joke. I think it's funny, I guess, to look at it. It's sometimes, but it gets exhausting when you, especially listen to how people are so committed to the idea Bigfoot exists or UFOs. I haven't seen anything that's supportive of either of them. The Loch Ness Monster, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, that wasn't why they had 10 or 12. Families were like an enterprise back in the day. Families, they all worked in the same, they had a little store, they had a farm, or they had a car shop, or they had a gas station. You had all these, kids were in some families, in many families, they grew up and that's how all these trades blew out, right? If they cared about skilled workers, they would teach kids. Yeah, there's truth to that, and kids can be taught skills. And you're right, that's what I'm saying. It's not as simple as just a simple explanation. A lot of factors go into, and what you're saying is one of them. But I don't know anybody that can't go to school today and learn how to be a fucking rocket scientist if that's your goal. The problem is, why aren't they promoting that? So we can get into a big entitled or a big deep discussion about what you're pointing out, Twizzle. And in the end, there's a whole bunch that goes to it, right, from both sides of the aisle. And so I think if you're determined to do something with your life in a particular area, I think that you're still able to do that. And I think you're right. There should be more encouragement of the educational aspect and the wonders of the existence we have. How we live in a wondrous time instead of pointing out all the mistakes we made, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100, 200 years ago. I'm tired of it. Okay. We learn from them motherfuckers. Okay. We learn from them mistakes and we're better for it. I wish we never made some of the mistakes we made, but are we going to start learning from our current mistakes, or are we going to let our current mistakes pile up until they overwhelm us because we're still arguing about our past mistakes, which is pretty much where we are. One of our biggest mistakes is trusting government. These government officials, you're right, they can have some shady fucking selfish motives. And there's other people there's a whole system of corruption that surrounds us. And we really don't want to dig into that or go after that. We don't want to get together and make that all of our discussion all the time. I've never seen Bigfoot, but has been seen on the reservation. So third-party viewer. She's third party to the Bigfoot. Yeah, I don't know. I dated a girl with Bigfoot one time, but I never called her Sasquatch, although I thought about it, but I really didn't want to get cracked in the back of the head. Huh. Well, we may not have had fewer idiots, but the idiots weren't shy to be idiots. They were just idiots, right? They didn't have access to this kind of communication. And that's really what's happened is the idiots and the criminals have taken over mass communications. There's only one way to eliminate poverty. Ben Franklin said it best. The only way to eliminate poverty is to shame those that are impoverished. Shame those that are impoverished. Right? Instead, you want to shame people that disagree with 67 genders. You want to shame them. They have every right to disagree with that and not want to engage in it and not make it part of their daily schedule. Right? Right? I said that the other night to Cletus. How do woke people commit murder? They/them. Get it? They/them. Imagine that written on a piece of paper. They, the slash goes down, and then the next word, them. They/them. That's how woke people kill each other. It's a they/them thing. Yeah, it's tragic how far off the fucking reservation we've all allowed ourselves to go. I mean, maybe Bigfoot's smart enough and he hung around the reservation, and that's why Jody and her friends have seen him. Bigfoot knows better. Like the hell with that shit. I'm not gonna get whacked by fucking radio waves or something. Right? I mean, it's kind of crazy how we misuse this and they're just too ignorant. It's so blatantly in front of everybody's face. The user agreement idea that I've been talking about for 2 years, fantastic. I've asked people contact me if you know how to build a website or create something where people can I don't know, petitions. I don't know how to do any of that. Yeah, I don't look at you could claim to be whatever you want to be. I don't even object to that. I don't object to there being 67 fucking genders. But here's where I draw the line. I don't want to be a part of that world. You could be whatever you want, but I'm not going to address you by whatever it is you decided. If you're a cat, I don't want to address you as a cat. Right? And the other thing, yeah, I've never seen a mentally disabled fucking Amish person either. In all fairness, never heard of that either. Autistic or any of that stuff. Although they may exist, we just wouldn't be aware of it because it's a closed community. So there is that. I don't know. If we all work together and we had a common goal, maybe there's people, myself included, that when we come across information that tells us the car was properly identified by the FBI, maybe it's people like me that are the ignorant fools that don't understand that doesn't mean what it shows. Because that's the part that I find to be, it's almost like you're turning your back on your own humanity. What did Heidi say? Called you a queen. Listen, I and I've said this before too. We've become believers of knowledge, not believers of faith, not believers of spirituality. That's slowly been taken away from us. And even when we were believers in a religion, the religion was always doing crazy things to cause all kinds of trouble it need not cause. And the interpretations that people place on information are just that. My interpretation of the FBI's identity of that car was always and always will be that the car in that PCA is an 11 to 13. It will always remain that way until and unless a contravening statement that's used in court that's verifiably provable as evidence is placed in front of me. And because the car is identified multiple times now by the FBI in a court of law, in documents being filed, okay, until that can be contradicted, it has to be accepted as a fact. And if you accept that as a fact, as you should, then you have to question the entire situation. Why and how did you then come to Brian Kohlberger, who owns the 14 to 16? How do you connect him directly to that crime? And if your only answer is DNA, then you need to find a way to reduce yourself and turn back the clock and climb back up into your mother's womb and pray that Planned Parenthood was all open then during that period of time. Because that's exactly what should probably fucking happen to you. You are about the dumbest motherfuckers to go ahead and make that fucking leap of faith. To even trust the information that comes from them. When the warrant describes Kohlberger and his car, that warrant relies on Kohlberger. And it wasn't even Kohlberger's car at the house. It's just kind of fucked up. No, religion isn't totally bullshit. I don't think it's total. I think that though, I think, man, for whatever reason, a lot of people like I said earlier, I'm not getting paid to read and put to words my thoughts about a particular issue. I read and then I try to comprehend and then explain. And as a matter of fact, I was offered a very, very high paying position because of this one statement. My best talent is to take the very complex and make it simple. That's always been my best talent. I visualize things in my head. So when I bring up that car, immediately the house is in my head. A car moving around that house is in my head. That car is white and it's an Elantra. And now I know it's an 11 to 13. When I bring up, so in other words, if I talk about the operation of a lawnmower engine or a swimming pool pump or a refrigerator, those items actually are imaged in my head. And I can see, like, the human body, the cardiovascular system, the organs, the nerves. So when you bring up the human body, I have an image of that in my head. And that's how I deduce things. That's how I try to understand things. And then I could get a visual understanding of what's happening here. Right? Yeah, the Banfield stuff, all of these things are relevant only to the small, narrow-minded people that think they're going to determine guilt or innocence. When all of those people have the exact same capability to look at the documents that have been supplied to the public to say to themselves, hey, I don't know if this kid did it or not. I mean, in all fairness to the cops, they did come up with this guy's name somehow, right? They ignored all the pertinent data. And matter of fact, when you had the pertinent data as an investigator, you should have moved away from Kohlberger. Everything they have should have pointed them somewhere else. But yet they stuck with Kohlberger. And we don't really know why. That's the answer I want. Why did you stick with Brian when you knew he couldn't be attached to the home through any electronic means, be it a phone, okay? You could not connect them to the home based on the vehicle that you identified, right? And you can't identify Brian Kohlberger in his car through any of the video footage that you collected. Why then did you continue with Kohlberger? That's the problem I have. So now let's go to the next step. Now you arrest this guy. And then you do a thorough search connected to everything and everything about the guy. Right? And you can't find any supporting evidence that tells you that he was the person that did it. You know, you got jerk-offs like Daniel talking he bought Dickies and he's got a knife in his house. They found a knife in the search. But are those items are not alleged to be part of this crime. Those items are mentioned to lead the fucking leadable, to lead the inept down a path. That whole PCA is a story. It's a conspiracy theory. Just like when people say 911 was an inside job. They have no empirical evidence to show that. None. They show puffs of smoke coming out of the floors as the building collapses. I heard bangs. A few people say they heard bangs. Well, a 1 acre square concrete fucking slab falling 10 or 15 feet onto another one, it's going to make a bang. Okay? Just saying, folks. So without solid evidence, like the evidence that the cops are telling you are solid. Suspect vehicle 1 drove by the house, did this, did that, parked at 4:07 a.m. and took off. Later, suspect vehicle 1 was seen at Indian Hills. Suspect vehicle 1 was over here on Route 95, and suspect vehicle 1 must have went down this road. Suspect vehicle 1 isn't. And then when Ann Taylor tells you all of that video and all of that footage, can you identify Brian Kohlberger's car? And the guy says, no. Well, what the fuck did you say you were identifying? Then why does the PCA exist? Why are all them fucking lines on the map and dots of his location? Why are you saying that's Brian Kohlberger? Why? And I know every single one of you that listen to this, even the ones like Daniel and others that are doing this fucking I solved the crime. Every one of you fuckers are smart enough to understand what I'm telling you. It's not a matter of being right and wrong. It's a matter of trying to understand the data that they've provided us. And when that data doesn't add up to their conclusions, then your problem is there. That's your problem. If their data was consistent and showed Brian Kohlberger through circumstantial evidence with absolute direct locational ties to that home, right? They got a picture of him and a picture of a male driving with bushy eyebrows. They got a picture of him coming out through the fucking sliding glass door. They got fingerprints of him all over the house. They got, folks, we know what it takes to show somebody's being guilty. And then we wait for it to go to trial. How many of you were, OJ was guilty? It went to trial, it came out the other way, right? I couldn't believe the Karen Reed decision. 2 of the 3, they said no, and they were hung on the third charge. That it shouldn't even been. It's crazy. If they show me one connection, exactly, I'm the same way, Demon Dog. Show me a connection. Show me a connection. And then here's the catch-22, like when you get in the government. I'll tell you right now, if you go read the declassified documents from the Department of Justice, as it comes to like the Trump-Russia collusion, as it comes to any of the alleged impeachable offenses, and this is a point that I want you guys to know. This is what you've been programmed, and I refuse to accept. And I'm not the only guy that refuses to accept it. But we've all been programmed, okay, to accept the allegation is enough to destroy somebody. That's what cancel culture is. The allegation of ill doing. The allegation of being at Epstein Island makes you a fucking enemy. The allegation against you and the amount the allegation is hyped up against you makes you even more guilty. That's exactly what Trump suffers from a lot of American citizens. None of the allegations levied against him have been proven or are even criminal to begin with. But it's the accusation that they're using to discredit and destroy that individual. And the problem isn't the individual. The problem is the behavior that they're acting on. Their actions are the crime. Kohlberger is, at this point, whether he did this or not, is a victim of governmental crime. I watched the whole thing basically. I was 20 when the whole September crash happened. Yeah, I don't know. Carl, there's things about that particular date and time that people that have made these arguments that it was an inside job, that there's data that show opposite. And the opposite data, no matter what anyone says, something traveling at 600 miles an hour with 100,000 pounds of fucking fuel on it in an aircraft that weighs 300,000 or 400,000 pounds, something of that magnitude smashing into something like a building is going to cause a horrific amount of damage. And for that not to bring a building down would be stunning to me. I mean, the World Trade Center was hit by a bomber in World War II. Well, that bomber only weighed like 80,000 pounds, 40 ton, not thousands and thousands of tons, 40 ton. And it severely damaged the building. But the difference between the World Trade Center and the New York skyscraper there, the New York Empire State Building. The Empire State Building has been hit by a plane twice. One was a bomber from World War II. But the difference between those two buildings is this. The Empire State Building is built like a wedding cake. So they surround a pad of concrete with posts. And then they connect all of those posts together, all the way around the perimeter. And then they run beams across to another beam as a support post. And then from that beam to the other wall. So it's a whole bunch of little boxes. And when I say little, they could be 100 feet by 100 feet. But in every one of those boxes, all the framework is tied together by identical type framework. So if you're using an I-beam that comes out of the ground, an I-beam goes from one beam to another. Okay. In other words, the construction of most tall buildings, folks, hey, genealogy, is called or is similar to a wedding cake. So you have layers of the same cake, smaller and smaller and smaller. And each one of them are structurally sound by themselves. As a matter of fact, each one of them gets progressively smaller, and the weight on the ones below that the original one has to carry is spread out and centered. That's the reason for reducing the perimeter of the floors of the building, bringing them in. That was the actual how they initially started doing it. The Trade Center isn't built that way. The World Trade Center was the first and only building of its type, and it was built on what they call tube construction. What up there, SK? Tube construction. So how the Trade Center was built is if you went to a sandbox and you took drinking straws, okay? And you created a big square. So create a square a foot by a foot of the drinking straws every 2 or 3 inches apart or every 4 inches apart. Those outer beams, that was the structure. That part of the building was then connected to a central concrete core where the elevator and stairways were. And what connected the elevator and stairways to the outside beam was a lightweight truss that you could dent with a handheld hammer. The lightweight truss went from the steel I-beam that went up 110 stories. There were pieces all bolted together, and they ran up 110 floors. From that beam to the concrete center core were lightweight trusses that were then covered in high-strength concrete. The concrete did not connect the core to the truss or to the outside beam. Only the truss did. So if you were to look at that inside of your house, what would that look like? Most homes have a center supporting beam. And so what happens is in a house, you build a box and then you put a main heavy beam across the bottom of the basement or the top of the basement wall. And your outside walls, when they're built, then they're connected to that center beam. All your floors are built off the center beam. All your floors are tied into the outside wall. And then you do the exact same thing with the next floor. And you'll run center columns inside the building or inside the house to carry that weight down to the bottom. And that would be your center wall. Your what the hell do they call that? There's a name for that. But the Empire or the Trade Tower wasn't built that way, folks. It was built on lightweight trusses that were bolted to the concrete and to the I-beam. And what happens in other buildings is that now, if this were the Empire State Building, let me jump back to the construction. Rather than a lightweight truss, what's happening in most buildings that are built like this is, and this is what made the trade towers so unique. They had a 1 acre floor space with no columns. There was no column between the outside wall and the center concrete core. No columns. That's what made them so unique. The only way to bear weight in that building was the outside column and the concrete core that did the elevators and stairs. You go to any building, folks, any tall building, you're going to see columns in between that distance. And you didn't have that in the trade towers. So they call it tube construction. You can look it up online. And so the fact that a building like that can't pancake, you're basing that argument on the box constructed high rises that we've all been in. In other words, you can't compare the World Trade Tower's demise to any other building that existed because it wasn't built under the same architectural standards. It was a whole new way to build tall. And it was a whole new way to open up almost a full acre per floor almost. And there were no columns, no beams, there were no walls. There was no walls in the middle of the building where you and I walked to support the floor above them. That did not exist in the trade towers. Any walls that were in that building were there to separate space, to separate a closet from a bathroom. But they weren't structural to hold the building up as they are in all the other buildings in New York. And so when that lost all of its support along that one wall or along the corner, that building didn't have the capacity to carry that weight for as long. It should have fell immediately, in my opinion. but it wasn't able to spread the weight from the west wall to the east wall. The east wall couldn't hold what was happening on the west wall because the only thing holding the east wall up was the fucking east outside pillar. If there was walls and structural support throughout the inside of that building, it never would have collapsed at all. It probably never would have collapsed at all. It would have maintained standing with those big fucking holes in it. Because you see, the holes that you see on the outside, folks, you would expect to see another column 10 feet in and another column 10 feet in, carrying the floor above it, carrying the load of the floor above it to the floor it stands on, to the floor below that, and on and on and on, all the way to the basement. That building was completely empty of all of that support. That's what made the building so unique. That's what allowed them to go taller than the original plans. I think they planned for 80 floors, not 101. That's what allowed the architect to make that building what it was. And so, if you don't know any of that and you just think that that building had to have explosives because no building could fall like that, you guys go watch a demolition, please. And look at all the inside columns they're tying their explosives to. Go watch a demolition, a controlled demolition. Do they fall like the tower? Yeah. But why are they blowing up so many columns on the inside of the building? Because those columns are load bearing. And there were no load bearing columns inside the Twin Towers. The only load bearing items were the concrete core and the outside fucking beam. That's it. Nothing between those two items. That's a crucial piece of information. It helps understand if you can visualize, right? If you can visualize that, then you can see what and you can. If you actually go look up the World Trade Center and look up tube construction, you'll see how unique that building was. And then you'll also say, you'll have an aha moment. You'll have an aha moment. You say, oh, yeah, that building was unique. Well, Carl, you've seen this stuff. The elevators in the stairwell that's called the center core. So let's say that was 75 feet by 50 feet. All of the outside wall on a building, and you could look this up too, it's called a curtain wall. Most of your buildings are built in boxes. So you have an outer beam, and then 10 or 15 or 20 feet later, you have another beam, and then you have it connect to the core. Or you might have 4 or 5 beams to carry the floor above you. So if you're going to build 2 floors, you build the outside beams off your foundation, and then you run beams on the inside. So that when you lay your floor down, your floor is supported not by just the outside wall, your floor is supported throughout the structure with other beams inside the structure. It's built in boxes, basically, is how they build high-rise buildings. The tower wasn't built that way. It just wasn't. And it would have survived forever if it wasn't hit by a 300,000 or 400,000 pound fucking object going 600 miles an hour. Then buildings would still be there. They'd probably be there for another 100 years. So it wasn't like the construction was faulty. All right, that was actually intended to allow for a plane impact. That building was designed, but the planes that it was designed for in 1970, none of them planes had any of the capacity that the plane that hit it had. Yeah, exactly, Mike. I had a neighbor do that. I forget what they call that, though. There's a specific name for that, Mikey. But if anybody has got a napkin in there, even a piece of paper, if you hold a piece of paper up in your hand, it sags in the middle, right? If you want to stack anything on that piece of paper, you just can't put the supports around the outside edge. Okay? You got to put the supports underneath the piece of paper in several different locations. I cut every single steel stud in that building. You were an apprentice at the Sacramento Federal Courthouse. Yeah. So until somebody can show me that the unique construction of the Twin Towers could not have played into what we witnessed, if somebody can show that to me, then I'll accept that had to have been controlled demolition. But I don't know. I can't wrap my head around accepting that, because the only place you could have set explosives that would have brought that building down, and I'm going to say this to you. If you were to detonate the core inside of the trade towers, what you would have seen is everything connected to the outside beams, all the floors would have pitched to the center. And even though the outside beams would have came down, they never would have all came down like that. You might even still have several beams at their full height because those floors were only attached to the outside beam by bolts. And it wasn't an iron fucking truss. It was a metal truss, a lightweight metal truss that were used. Many of them. That then they had a floating concrete pad, like maybe 4-inch thick structural concrete poured on top of those trusses. So they attach metal decking like you do a roof, and then you fill it with concrete. But it's the truss that's connected to the beam, and the truss, that same truss then stretches all the way over to the central core. Yeah. Carl, you listen, I'll have a conversation with you about that, the Twin Towers. But until you can explain and make sense of how a building, the only one of its kind, built in a way that had never been built before, that did not have internal load-bearing columns. That's the correct term. Okay? There were no load-bearing columns between the outside wall and the center core. None. No floor weight from the second floor was distributed to the first floor through columns at all. And that was the way the whole 110 stories were built. Not one single column on any floor helped carry the weight of that floor to the lower floor. When you go look at a building that's generally built like the Empire State Building, every floor is a self-contained box. And every floor that has a floor put on top of it then has columns that help distribute the weight of that floor evenly across the floor below it. And that is exactly not how the trade tower was built. And that, to me, is the exact reason why the columns came down the way they did. It pancaked within itself because there were no columns to hold the building up between the core and the outer wall. You know, kind of like your home, folks. Most skyscrapers in the world today, even if they're all windows, that's called a curtain wall. The exterior of all buildings, including your home, gains no structural integrity from the outside facade. So if you live in a house with vinyl siding, it's simple to understand that vinyl siding plays no role in holding the house up. It's quite the opposite. The house structure is holding up the outside facade. Do you understand? So when you go look at a high-rise building, and if it's completely windows, those windows are held up by the structural steel that holds the building in place. The windows are not part of structural integrity. The Twin Towers was the exact opposite of that. The outside facade of the Twin Towers was the skeleton for the building. And to give you a little more perspective, because it just dawned on me, the difference between the Twin Towers is the difference between a human body and that of a crustacean. A crustacean carries its skeleton on the outside. We carry our skeleton on the inside. Our skeleton is much more complex and has more pieces to it. So if you wanted to understand the difference in construction, a human body and a crustacean are examples of the differences between what the trade towers construction was, considering how other buildings are built. So that's just my explanation, Carl. I really don't want to get into the 7 because there's video that shows the 7 was hit by a jet engine. The 7 had burned for hours. So there was a diesel generator tank that leaked. And as far as they knew, everybody that could be was evacuated, and they weren't going to put that fire out. And they just let the building go down. And people caused a big controversy of that. But I find it interesting that nobody pays attention. And you got to look hard to find it because of all these conspiracy theorists and all their fucking stories. But you go look at the damage of the debris that came from the towers that hit that fucking building in the back, building 7. Go look at the damage done to that building. Your eyes will widen open. Holy fuck. And did it eventually collapse? Sure it did. But that entire site was built in a way that nobody else had ever built buildings. Yeah. Pull it. Yeah. Quit fighting it. Let it go. Yeah. A lost cause is a lost cause. You want to lose more firemen, Twizzle? I don't think that was a bad decision to say pull it. I mean, we heard that part of the conversation. Did we hear the whole conversation before, during, and after? No, we just heard a special piece that people give us so that we can then follow their fucking thinking. 100 ways that they can't be hit by debris from the nonsense, Twizzle. You're absolutely wrong. You're so wrong that it's not even fucking funny. You go look at the impact of that plane and the amount of debris that comes flying out of the other side of that building on both buildings. You're wrong. You're just wrong. 300 feet is nothing if it was even that far away. But you're wrong on that. Building 7 had shit rain down on it. No, I don't think he killed himself. Not that I'm aware of. He was a Japanese architect from Chicago, if I'm not mistaken, or Detroit. Might have been Detroit. Detroit sounds like the right answer there. Yeah, I have disagreements and conversations with physicists all the time there, Twizzle. There's images that show you the damage that was done to the back of that building, building 7. And it was engulfed in what do you think caught it on fire? There was no debris that hit it. What somebody run over there with a fucking match, Twizzle? I mean, come on, you can't have it both ways. You can't have a building like that engulfed in flames and at the same day and time that a fucking 2 airplanes hit 2 buildings next to it and say none of the debris hit it. So then how did it catch on fire? How did the whole back of the building get all fucked up from the floor up? It looked like fucking Godzilla took a big bite out of the building, bro. Name another high-rise building that's collapsed from fire. They just had one in Russia or somewhere. There's been many that have collapsed from fire. And here's another point. That you can't take buildings that are built by small boxes being stacked on top of small boxes you can't take that kind of construction and compare it to what we had at the World Trade Centers. That's like comparing a fucking car to a horse and buggy because they both got 4 wheels. That's really that kind of silliness that you would compare other buildings that were built under completely different architectural standards, and then comparing them to the trade tower, a building of the only one of its kind up to that time. I think there may be one other one and that's been built or was built after that, but in 1971 or 1973, yeah, the Tower 7 was sitting on a bunch of pillars. Tower 7 was an elevated building. Go look at the foundational construction of how Tower 7, or it wasn't even a tower, building 7. Right? The idea that somebody detonated explosives in 2 tower buildings like that at precisely the right time would have been the amount of effort it takes to set that up. It's just crazy. And there was liquid metal that poured out of that building. I don't deny that at all. Was there liquid building that was pouring out liquid metal? Absolutely. Go look at the melting temperature of magnesium and aluminum for the skin of the airplanes. If you're going to claim that nothing came out of that building to hit building 7, then where did all that magnesium go? Where did all that jet fuel go when it ignited everything? It melts at a very low temperature. So could you have massive parts of the fuselage, even the framing, melt and run out as liquid? Sure you could. All of these things they told you to look at from their perspective make sense when you either don't know a lot or aren't willing to learn a lot. Right? Why were the corners exploding outwards? Do you know how much every floor of that building weighed? Do you have any concept of what a concrete fucking floor weighs? Almost an acre square? The tonnage there, I can't even begin to guess. Tens of thousands of pounds dropping 10 or 15 feet onto a slab below it. Holy Christ. Right? Yeah, but folks, here's the thing. You You can dream that that stuff connects, but you first have to understand the building. You have to accept the planes hit it. There's cambered footage alive the moment it happened. And then you have to start looking at what really hit the building. What was it made of? How much did it weigh? How much fuel was on it? Where did it hit the building? What were the consequences of the impact? Now look at the construction of the building. Should that building have withstood that? Now you got to start asking yourself, if every single floor underneath those upper floors that were hit were built like the Empire State Building, I would bet my life I would go for a public execution if a building built in such a fashion could have even come close to collapsing like that. You can't collapse a building that's reinforced all the way on every single floor. Every floor tied into the floor above it, all of the weight transfers from columns all the way to the ground. And when I say to the ground, I mean to the fucking bedrock. So when you're putting up each individual square floor and reinforcing it with inner columns to carry the floor above you, all of that weight is carried to the bedrock in New York, because that's what high rises are built from, the bedrock. That's why they dig big ass fucking holes, so they can get your building down to bedrock. They don't build it on top of dirt. There's dirt around it when they're done, but realize that all of the weight is carried. Your foundation on your house is carried by the ground. But you notice if you live in the north or anywhere, they dig down 5, 6, 8 feet, okay, where the soil is stable. And then they pour a slab, and then they build a foundation. That's how a house is built. And all of the slab and the foundation are connected together. It carries that weight. The roof rafter on the top is designed to carry weight to an outer wall. The outer wall then carries it to the basement. When you have beams going down the middle of the house, which almost every house has, those floor beams move to the inner wall. The inner wall then carries the weight to the floor, to the basement down below. You got to do that over on the YouTube channel where you can put an at before it. Like I can put at TW at Twizzlestick loves conspiracy. Remember how cellular phones worked back then? Yeah, I just am not a believer in the 9/11 was it. I think that if you're going to say it's an inside job, I would go with, yeah. Is it possible the government knew, and possible the government let this happen? Is it possible the government helped set this up? I mean, you could go down a lot of paths, but the path that they was loaded with explosives, that path, of all the paths of conspiracy, that's the least likely and most difficult path to wrap your head around, unless you're just so hateful of the government that you believe anything, which a lot of people are. But them same people come in here and they don't even question the government agents that are involved with Idaho 4. They don't question the officials that are involved with the fucking the Reed case, the Delphi case, or any of these other cases. Yeah, but sometimes the easiest answer is the right answer. And you can't run around arguing with me that no other building has ever fallen like that, and in the same breath ignore the fact that no other fucking building of that size was ever built like that. It was unique. And if you're not going to consider that, but your argument's going to be no other building fell like that, then I'm sorry, I can't have a conversation with you, because you're being foolish. Period. You're being foolish. You can't compare a car to a fucking horse-drawn buggy. There's just no comparison, right? No, they were not designed to take a hit from a 747. They were designed to take a hit from a 707. Okay, Twizzle? Come on now, brother. You're arguing out your a-hole to try to be right. And the bottom line is you really don't know as much as you know about it, other than what you've heard or what other people have conspired to share amongst the masses. That was never designed to take an impact from a 747. Nothing was. 747 back then was just coming out. There weren't that many of them. These plans for this building were in progress before the 747 entered service, long before. And they were looking at the most commonly used airplane at the time, which was a Boeing 707, or there were a couple other ones that were around that size, but maybe not as big. And so the capacity of the plane that hit that building far exceeds a 707. Far exceeds. I think the fuel that plane carried weighs more than the 707 does by itself. Go look it up, Twizzle. Come back and tell us. My point is the buildings we all know came down. How they came down and why they came down has been used to convert and just stop people from thinking. I would completely agree. If that building was built just like any other building, I would completely agree there was no way for that building to fall that way. And the reason you're able to make that argument, Twig or Twiz, is because every other building that you're referring to has interior columns that carry the load to the basement. No, you're wrong. A 747 is a jumbo jet. All right, look. What hit the building? What was it? A 67, a 57? What hit the building? Does anybody know? I'm looking something up because Twizzle don't want to. The weight of a 747 is 143,000 pounds. Maximum takeoff weight. What's he got? No, it wasn't a 747. What hit the Twin Towers? They keep telling you, they don't tell you what the hell it was. Okay. Empty weight 176,000 pounds. Empty weight 122 to 140,000 pounds. And it depends on which 747. So it depends on the era. And I think the earlier ones in the 70s did not have the capacity of the later ones, because that was actually flown. That was the mainstay jet forever. A 707, folks. That was like the most popular. That was like a fucking Chevy Impala. It was the most common vehicle. So you're talking about an airplane that could carry 250,000 pounds. And a Boeing 767 could carry 387,000 pounds. Complete combined weight. Almost twice as big, bro. Just think about that. How many tons is 387,000 pounds? It's like 190 ton. Imagine that shit running into anything at 600 miles an hour. You better get the hell out of the way. So it was a 767-200. Thank you. It's still 315,000 pounds fully loaded. And a Boeing 7 is 257,000 pounds. They never weighed more than 140,000 pounds, the 707. But the 707-121, we're going to have to look to see your build. We'll have to see. But I'm pretty sure that 721 flown from 58 to 79. Yeah. So that was the most popular plane. And it was, I think they discontinued them in flight of a Boeing. It was in 2000. So they came out in 58 and they ran. So that would be the airplane. They were a 7,000 pound maximum capacity airplane created in 1958 and flown until 1979. There were other iterations that came out, and that's why that plane has different versions. You don't have to register to buy uppers and such. Never thought I'd be a bootlegger. No, I believe in knowledge. I don't believe in knowledge. I take fact and I consider the facts in front of me. I'm not arguing for their narrative. What I'm telling you is if there's a conspiracy, it's not a conspiracy about how the building came down. The building came down exactly the way it did because of the circumstances surrounding the incident and the construction. That doesn't mean that the government didn't have a conspiracy to create that or allow that to happen or orchestrate that to happen. To me, that would make sense. I'd like to see facts to support that. I could see that happening. I mean, the Pentagon was short $1 trillion, right? And all the documents were inside the Trade Center. There was a whole bunch of chaotic things that you could put together and make the suggestion that our government's involvement was. They also knew that this kind of an attack could happen. They knew who bin Laden was because they created him. There's more of an argument, I think, that you could make a general accusation that that the government had their hand in on it, but controlled demolition is just insane. It's insane because of the building, the uniqueness of the building. That plane is enough to do what we saw happen. And I can accept that. Where most of you guys that are conspiracy theorists, you just will not you just will not even go look at the differences in these buildings. And you'll just sit on your idea that they blew it up with explosives. And that's fine. I just completely find that to be short-sighted because agreeing to what your eyes showed you, to agreeing to the construction of that building and the way it fell, to agreeing to what you saw isn't a conspiracy. It isn't supporting the government because it doesn't take the government off the hook. That's why this topic sucks. So many people have bought into that narrative that, I don't know, has anybody gone and looked up what tube construction is? The World Trade Center's twin towers were unique in their construction due to their frame tube design, where the majority of the building's structural strength came from the closely spaced exterior steel columns, allowing for vast open floor plans with minimal interior columns, unlike most skyscrapers of the time, which relied on a network of interior support columns throughout each floor. And all you need to do is Google Trade Towers unique construction. That played a huge fucking role in why that building collapsed like it did. No other building would have collapsed that way. Yeah, you're asymmetrical damage, and you're just not understanding that what you don't understand the building at all. You don't want to understand. You want to argue semantics with words like asymmetrical and symmetrical, but you don't want to go look at that building. There was only one way for that building to fall. That building could only fall the way it fell. There's no other way for it to have fallen. Now, the top floors could have skidded off. Okay, there's probably some similar ways that it could have fallen, but falling down on top of itself, collapsing inward, is the only way that building was going to come down. No. You know, once something is in free fall, I get a kick out of that too. We're not in space. We're not in a vacuum. Okay. There's something on Earth that we call gravity. And things are going to fall at different rates at different times. But once you start a cascading effect, you guys have seen this when you've built houses of cards, right? Have you ever built a house of cards and you put one card in the wrong place, or you don't support something and it all comes crashing down and it just cascades across the building? That's exactly how the fucking towers were built. Matter of fact, that's probably the best explanation of that fucking building. It was built like a house of cards, literally. I'm not making that up. It was literally built that way. And so if you were to build a tower out of a house of cards, how do you suspect that's going to collapse if not down on top of itself? I mean, come on, folks. You know that's what's going to happen. Where when you played a game of Jenga with all those wood blocks, all the weight is distributed against all of those blocks throughout the entire structure. You know that to be true. That Jenga is a better example of how a building is built versus how the towers was. Wasn't the Trade Center like a floating docks that rise with the water level? No, they were attached by trusses. Yeah, because I want to Google stuff, because if I say stuff, the elevator shafts were the central core. The design allowed for large office spaces with minimal interruption. The most structural load was carried by the exterior wall, which is what I've been telling you the whole time. And these are architects and people of knowledge telling you that. You know, the one person that got it right was actual, what's that mechanic book there? I think what we need to look at is whether our government was involved in allowing, knowing, planning the actual attack on the country. That's like they just let in 21 million illegal immigrants from all over the world. And Trump keeps telling you there's more is going to happen, more is going to happen, right? So you have 2 terrorist attacks in one day on the new year. You got the subway attacks. You got attacks going on all over the fucking place. You don't think that those are from the people that they let across that border? That's the conspiracy, not the act, not how the act was done, not who the criminal was. That's all part of it. But those aren't known by the government. The government doesn't know who that person is. Just like the assassination on Trump. He got shot in the fucking face. And then the other guy hiding on his golf course. Your government's involved with all of this stuff. If not by direct intervention or by direct knowledge, but by allowing it to continue. They know. For fuck's sakes, they probably know you're all in here. And they have no business knowing that. If I bring up a particular illness and say something that the fucking people in charge don't agree with, they'll ban me from here. You all know that to be true. The conspiracy of crime is much closer and much simpler. And somehow on issues that are huge, like 9/11, you know, we gotta add this added fucking formula that they placed explosives. It's insane, man. They placed explosives, right? But the main security guard, the guy that was in the building more than anybody else ever, that guy died with the building. But that guy would have had to have been involved with setting the explosive, Twiz. You mean to tell me he stayed behind to get smashed? Turned into powder? That guy saved more people, as many as he could, and kept going back into the building and died with the building? Yeah, okay. There's other things that when you try to consider the entire situation and start bringing in facts that are real, it makes you wonder. It makes me wonder how people can go down these fucking rabbit holes. You know, I am a complete person that sees our government committing crimes. They're committing crimes against Brian Kohlberger in our name, even though you don't live in Idaho. You arrested a guy for something that you can't even place him there. And then later you tell me you found transfer DNA in a fucking blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, you got a sample that couldn't identify anything but a male. You amplified it, and then you did genealogy, and bing, 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 bing. You got right to this guy that quickly. And that's your evidence against him? And that evidence you're trying to protect and deny the defense from getting a hold of? Because you know all the other arguments and all the other so-called evidence that you've produced is fake? It's fucking crazy, man. Heather has a fucking, yeah. It's another one. You people come in here, you don't ever come up here. I mean, you can't be fucking scared of me. What's the matter with you folks? Get your asses up in here. Rabbit holes suck, man. Rabbit holes suck. Here, I'll tell you something. Here's something crazy. You want to know why you can't go faster than the speed of light, folks? Yep, life is cheap and power is priceless. I can agree with that. That's a great fucking statement, bro. You ought to fucking coin that statement. If you could ever get to somewhere faster than light, you'd be entering an area that has no light. Okay? And you're made of fucking light. Every single thing you look at and observe and can actually see is made of light. You are a being of light. You interact on the light spectrum at a certain frequency. That what you can observe and what you can interact with is the frequency under which we all live. And if people want to argue about alternate universes, and I'm going to suggest to you that the alternate universes are based on a light wave that you and I can't interact with. And that's what an alternate universe is. It's nothing mysterious or nothing out fucking outrageous. You're a being of light. Your blood, your bones, your fucking toenails, your hair, your eyes, your desk, your rocks, your grass, your fucking garage, your house. It's all light. It's all light and it's all manipulated by conscious thought. I suggested if you die and you don't go away, it's because you move on to another form of light to live within. And that everything in the universe is comprised of light. And everything in between it is comprised of nothing. And if you can go faster than the speed of light, if you can exceed the speed of light, two things are going to happen. You're either going to vibrate into a frequency that won't sustain you as a living form, or you'll observe things in other forms that you cannot observe from where you are now. Or you would just simply not exist anymore. You would actually go out of existence if you exceeded the speed of light. I could believe the towers fell from the plane damage if it fell sideways from the damage of the plane. Jesus, that building wasn't going to fall sideways. You're acting like the thing was built like a fucking wedding cake. Why do wedding cakes fall off to one side when people hit them? Because every single floor is tied to the floor above it. It's all one structure. And that is not how the trade towers were built, Twizzle. They were not built that way. Each floor was like floating in the fucking air virtually. And the only connection between the first floor and the second floor was the center column, the center core, and the outside beam. That's it. And the intervening pieces that were used to hold the floor were lightweight metal trusses with metal decking and concrete, structural concrete poured on top of them. That was how the building was built. You couldn't build a simpler fucking building. You just couldn't. He's still not getting a fair trial. Well, did this court come back and make any rulings, genealogy? You know of any on these motions to suppress on well, you guys have seen wedding cakes fucking get bumped into and shit and they tip over. You've seen that. The Empire State Building wasn't going to tip over when it was hit by that bomber. I think it was a B-19. I forget what hit it. But again, it was nowhere the size of the plane that hit the towers. It didn't have that capacity to carry weight. And it didn't have any bombs on board. You know, that's the other thing that kind of makes me a little bit weird. If that building was wired to blow and collapse on itself, why did they wait so long to set that off? Just doesn't make any sense. I mean, there was virtually no way you were going to get an airplane to hit an exact spot on a building. So you would have had to wire the whole building to collapse, right? So when do you see that this building was hit at the 48th floor and this building was hit at the 78th floor? I don't know if that's true, but I do know each plane hit a different part of the building. One plane hit higher than the other plane hit lower. So where do you side your explosives start from? Do you not detonate the top floors too? I mean, there's just too many variables in what happens that are easily to understand when you understand the basics of the building that was hit. World Trade Center was made from 1960s Pittsburgh steel. That could be. I wouldn't doubt that at all. Back then, that was the place to get steel, man. Who was the guy that did that? Who was the steel magnate there? Carnegie or somebody? Who was that? What is... Somebody can't share all the knowledge. What are you talking about? I made some blueberry crumble cake. Oh, there you go. Although, I don't know. Blueberry crumble cake. I don't know. Put a nail in that coffin about the social media bullshit. Where's Cletus when you need him? How many of you guys were in here when I asked him that question about marriage? Were you guys in here? When I asked Cletus if he were to be married and the marriage went on for a little while and they got a divorce? And he goes, yeah. I go, with it. Would you still be brother and sister? He didn't fucking see that one coming at all. He walked right into that motherfucker. Holy shit. Oh, boy, I saw the planes hit. He was laughing. He's like, you're a motherfucker. Yeah, I offered him my ring. He's got a ring with armor from a fucking Sherman tank in it. I understand masculinity and stuff, but come on, Cletus. Well, I didn't think I'd be on here this long. I should have known better because I know myself. I shouldn't have been on here this long. Well, it's not even his real name, Cletus. I nicknamed him Cletus one day. I don't even know why. I said, you sound like Cletus. You sound like a guy named Cletus. That's what I'm going to call you. He's like, okay. And yeah, it is funny as fuck, right, Mikey? They're both from the South. They both live in Tennessee. right? Ain't Appalachia not far from there or something? I think they're closer to Appalachia than I am. And that's why I said, if you got a divorce, would you still be brother and sister? You motherfucker. Yeah, there's talks of marriage now, I think. He said Clue's coming around it, and I held my tongue. I said, if you gotta wait for Clue to turn all, I was gonna say, if you gotta wait for that bitch to turn all the way around, you ain't ever gonna get married. Because that's a big bitch, okay? I held my tongue, but I said it today, and you guys can snitch on me if you want. You can go. I hope some of you is going to Cluminati's, and you might want to play this back so you get the words right. So her name is Smith, like Lori Smith. Yeah, you got to divorce her the minute she decided to do that. That's crazy. My ex had a hyphen too, and I knew that was always a bad omen. You guys want some relationship advice? I can give you some relationship advice. Don't marry a woman that can't get the approval of her father. Do not marry that woman. Do not marry a woman that can't please her father. Okay, and is still at an adult age trying to please her father, because her frustrations will be turned on you, not her father. I made that mistake. Well, there's a lot of different daddy issues out there. It's not that he didn't pay attention to her. It's that his standards were extremely high. And she never quite met his standards. Okay. And that's a fucking problem. Some daddy issues too. Yeah, daddy issues can be over. Not all of them can result in tragedy, but most of them can, I would say. Same thing with guys that got mommy issues. That's why I'm a horrible guy to keep dating. I'm a great fucking date. I'm a great occasional guy to go out with and do something. Absolutely. But yeah, but after that, I'm about fucked. They tried to recruit me to the family with a dating game. Yeah, but I wouldn't marry my own sister. So they never did that again. Right? Actually, you need a full timer. Someone says, I need a house cleaner. You guys, I tell you, I'm lazy. I need a house cleaner. I don't need me a wife. I wouldn't want to put that burden on a wife. As a matter of fact, some of the girls that I date, I'll clean. No, I'm not going to put that burden on you. No. And I never was like that when I was married. I never, ever. And maybe I should have been. I should have probably been like her father. I should have treated her like her dad did. She'd still be trying to please me. But, I am who I am. I can't change just for situations. You need a full-time sweetie. Yeah, maybe. So Pavarotti has a jacket. I don't even know about that guy. I don't really pay attention to him too much. He's got some crazy fucking solution to this crime, and although he does pay attention to the court proceedings to the point that he can see clearly that what I see when it comes to the shoddy work of the police departments. I just am not going to create a story based on ancillary, outside, unconnected information and build a story of who committed the crime. I just think that's the stupidest thing you can do. It's almost insulting to the victims, literally, in my opinion. I don't think they deserve that. They deserve the true killer or killers, be it Brian or not, to be held to account. He has the magic connect. Who has magic connections? Yeah. No dishes to do. Yep. Folks, I got like, I don't even know, maybe 100 pairs of underwear and 100 pairs of socks, and I don't fuck around. I'm not going to be doing laundry every week. I'll tell you that right now. All right. When I get down to about 20 or 30 pairs of socks, or 10 or 20 pairs of socks, then I go and throw some socks in the wash and do them. I don't wear my socks for a long period of time. I don't wear the same shoes all day. I don't wear the same shirt all day. I'll wear a shirt to go visit a job site, and then I'll come home and I'll take that shirt off, put it on a hanger, and put on a different shirt that I run around the house with. Yeah. I'm a very fucking particular weird fucking guy. I don't even know if you would call me eccentric. Maybe just a fucking weirdo. I don't know. My house needs a good cleaning. Yeah, my smoking room is a disaster. Holy fuck. And I got some stuff that I bought that's got to be unpackaged. It's sort of clean, I guess, but that's not really the issue. There's I bought a second home that I was going to move into, and so I bought all of this stuff for the second house. I even had furniture delivered because that's the way I am. If I'm going to move, I give away my stuff or just throw it away, and I have all new stuff sent to the new property. And that can include dishes and everything. I ain't fucking around. I ain't moving shit. I got a friend the last 2 weeks needed a pickup truck to do moving, and he don't have a license. I said, "Well, I'm not helping. I don't help people move. I never have, never will. That's not my thing." And the reason is I did do it once or twice. Well, we'll say twice. And what got me insane was people just don't move in an orderly fashion. And it isn't rocket science. Okay? It just isn't rocket science. You start from the closest room to your exit. So if you're gonna remove say you go out the front door with all your stuff. So let's say that. You move that living room first. And you move the next adjacent room to it next. And then you move the kitchen next if they're all on the first floor. And then you move the next closest bedroom to the door. Okay? Or you load your bedrooms based on where they are in the house. What room is going to be whose in the new room. Okay? So that's how you load the truck. So that when you unload the truck, the room furthest from the truck is on the back of the truck. It's the first room off the truck. All of it. Not part of it. Not boxes mixed with everything else. The furthest room at your destination into your new home, the furthest room from the moving truck is on the back of the moving truck to be put in that fucking room immediately. And that's how you unload the truck, and the exact reverse of how you loaded it. It takes nothing to move, but nobody does that. You got living room in with fucking bedroom stuff. You got bedroom stuff in with the kitchen. It's like, how the fuck can people be this stupid? Oh, and that's why I don't help people move. Okay. I don't want to be part of your fucking mess. You know what I mean? There's a saying, don't make your problems mine. And moving should not be a complicated process. It should be an obvious process. And there should be a simple universal system that you move your home with, or your apartment with, not this fucking chaotic nonsense. Put all the boxes over here. No. Keep all the boxes in all the rooms they belong in, and load each room in completion with their boxes into that moving truck. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Right? No, nobody's going to argue about that not making sense. But we all know, have we all helped people move, how it never goes that way, right? And so as you're walking into the front door, you got to move around a coffee table or a fucking boxes for the living room or a couch that shouldn't even be off the fucking truck yet. Well, move the big stuff first. No, stupid. Move it room by room in the order in which you're going to unload. That's how you move. And I've never been a mover. I've never hired a mover. But it just seemed to me like, come on, man. I have places to sit down and stuff, of course. I got big, giant fucking leather reclining couch. Big 85-inch TV. Big old stereo system. Yeah. I got a nice place over here. Dining room that I don't use. Well, do you got to label every box if the boxes are in with the rooms that they go to? Do you need to do that? I don't think so. I think you could throw a fucking towel in between each room on the last paint. Okay, this room is done. Throw a towel, let it hang forward. Otherwise, it takes 4 months or more to unpack or find anything. See, ladies know. That's why I don't help people move. They have no. It's always rushed. It's always last minute, right? Who builds a puzzle from the middle out? Yeah, that's how people move, though. Got kitchen boxes in with the bathroom. Police. Please, I don't. So when you don't ever ask Sarge for help or bail money and helping. Bail money is a bad thing to ask me for because I'm going to ridicule and fuck with you, and you're going to wish you stayed in jail. You're going to find yourself content with staying there because old Sarge ain't helping get you out. So your best bet is not to contact me for bail. That could even be if you could be my fucking father. Don't you dare call me for bail. You got to sort that shit out before you do the crime. Don't do the crime if you can't pay the time. If Brian Koberger asked, I wouldn't help him either. No, I have no interest in helping him. If Ann Taylor called and asked me some questions, I would be flattered. I'll be very honest with you. But I don't think that she has any interest to anybody on YouTube to be part of her fucking defense team to get Brian Koberger the justice that he needs. Right? I'm sure that's what happened to the drunk turkey guy. He was flattered the fucking mainstream media invited him on. And the best part about that was he was all about Koberger didn't do it. And then the mainstream media ran him into the dirt. It was almost like they told Daniel, stand in the corner, and they all brought in their dogs to piss on his leg. And Daniel just took it. Holy fuck. They kind of embarrassed and humiliated the guy. They made all of YouTube look crazy. And then Daniel came back onto YouTube and suddenly started spouting everything the mainstream media had washed all over him. Oh my God. It's crazy, man. We try to combat the stupid. Yeah, I'm surprised with you and your 9/11 shit, Twizzle. Boy, oh boy. There's a link for StreamYard. If anybody wants to come in with any topic whatsoever, could be anything. I don't give a fuck what it is. I'd like to see a day in the life of Brian. I think we're going to see it in a book. If he's smart, he's in there writing his book, and that's what's keeping him content. But it shouldn't just be a day-by-day diary. It should be the mental anguish that he's suffering and the confusion and the chaos and why he's still there and how part of him has no problem staying there because he feels safe and his family is safe as long as he's in jail until he's exonerated. I could see that as a reason to be able to cope with this, right? I mean, he was real close with his dad from the little bit we know. His dad came and visited him and you know, he seems to have been pretty close with his dad. He's got a PhD. He's got that. He's got the capacity to study and read. Maybe he'll solve the fucking faster than light travel. I just think that once you get beyond the speed of light, you're kind of fucked. Unless you can do something instantaneously to go from here to the next closest Proxima Centauri is like 4.5 light years away. We'll call it 4 light years away. Unless you can find a way to jump from here to there, bam. And I think that there is a way to do that, to be very honest with you. To make an instantaneous jump. That wouldn't really be exceeding the speed of light. You would just be changing places, like walking from one room to another. None of that action would take exceeding the speed of light. But I don't think you could jump beyond the galaxy itself. They tell you the galaxy is expanding. It's expanding into what? Well, it's expanding into what would be nothingness. And so I don't think you can go beyond the boundaries of the universe. If those boundaries are nothingness on the other side, there's just, I don't think there's any way they'll ever come up with a way of getting in there. Because I think that would be the destruction of whatever's trying to get from here to there. I did that when I was in jail. I was in jail for a 90-day sentence one time, and I had to do 60. But I think I fucked up and did 75. But anyway, I was and it was in a big dorm. I don't even know, dozens and dozens of guys in there, each in your own little fucking, they had those wall dividers bolted to the floor. There were no bars. It was a dormitory. Yep, that's happened. Where you turn off a light switch and yeah, because you got to realize that it's in a typical light bulb, that's just the element cooling. The Anunnaki had watches that could control where they were in time and space. Then watch the averages, and that's how they did it. Watch the Avenger. What is that word? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Yeah, that'd be awesome, right? No, that would be awesome. I'd shrink people's heads like they did in Beetlejuice. That's what I would do. Remember that in the end when he took that guy's number? It's a good look for me. That shit was funny, man. Didn't they fight? No, I anti-gravity. Well, there is such a thing as anti-gravity. Gravity isn't what you're probably thinking gravity to be. And I also disagree. And to be very honest with you, it's only been recently that I found other and I'm not a scientist, but I found scientists, physicists, and others that also argue time isn't real. I've always argued time isn't real. Time is a conception of mankind. It's just like a tape measure. You measure out 12 inches, you measure out 12 minutes. It's all based on how long it takes us to rotate on a daily basis and how long it takes us to sail around the sun on a yearly basis. Those are great observations. And we've placed a value to them. We call it time. I disagree with Einstein calling it space-time. There's a lot of arguments to show that it's true. And they do cause a very perplexing argument in your head when you try to look at it. And so I think that's why I think traveling faster than light isn't the solution. Okay. The Mandela effect with the Bernstein Bears book. Yeah. There's a bunch of different examples of that, fella. I don't know how accurate that is. I think the problem with the Bernstein Bears stuff is that they tell you what it was, and then they show you what it is, and they show that this has happened because of CERN or because of something else. I'm not saying that it isn't possible. But don't you think something more significant would have changed? Just think about the things you've seen in your life and the common arguments and debates that you've had during your lifetime. None of that's changed. So, they show it with the Monopoly Man. They show it with other advertised products. So I never paid that close of attention to that stuff. No. But that video, the book changed names as a dude walked through a doorway. I've never seen that. I don't know what that video is. I'm glad at least the chat room is directly interacting on the topic that we have, which this chat room usually does. You go into a lot of streams and you've seen some of it in here where people start bringing up what they're baking or what they're eating. They go off on their own tangential topics, which is okay. But it's not often that a whole bunch of the streamers stay on the topic at hand. Yeah. Here's the thing. I'll tell you something about time, and this is one of the things that disturbs me. Time dilation and space dilation. So let's say you're standing on the moon, okay, and you're observing an object traveling at light speed go past the moon. Your view of that object is going to be much smaller than it really is. And that the view from the ship is going to show where you're standing on the moon for the moon to be very small. And what they're saying with the dilation is that really happens. It really shrinks. Distances shrink when you reach near or at the speed of light. And I have a problem with that. I understand your observation of something changes. And here's what I'll show you. This is my understanding, and I could be wrong. Go down a country road where there's a horse farm or a cow farm, and there's a barn. And let's say even a chicken farm. Let's say this barn is 300 feet long. And it's facing the road you're traveling on at 40 miles an hour. At 40 miles an hour, you view and see the 300-foot long barn. If you travel by the same barn at the speed of light, it may only be 3 centimeters. And they're claiming that, in fact, it is, that distance has shrank. And I have a real problem accepting that. Because I know that if I go down that road at 150 miles an hour, that 300-foot long barn ain't going to look 300 feet because I'm not in front of it long enough to make that observation. It's going to be smaller in my observational point of view. Why is it only at the speed of light that the barn actually has shrank? See, that's kind of fucked up. So some of their explanations are far-fetched. And they say they're solid science. And I say, okay, I don't know, bro. That barn is 300 feet long. It's 300 feet long. It's 300 feet long. I don't really give a fuck how fast you go by it. It's still 300 feet long. Now, if you're only in front of it for rather than the 10 seconds, we'll say, at 40 miles an hour, and you're only in front of it for a tenth of a second, it's going to look like a dot. I get it. But in the physics, they say that it actually is a dot. And then, in fact, if you were to, if at CERN, and this was this is what got me onto this, that Brian Cox came out and said that in CERN, even though the circle is 27 miles, the particles travel what appears to be 4 miles. 4 miles. Because you're going that fast, suddenly the entire thing shrinks to 4 miles? I don't know, man. There's a video on YouTube with Brian Cox explaining that dilation. And look, it may feel like 4 miles from your perspective in the moving thing, but it's still 27 miles. How do you? So that's the chaos that I have with some of, and I do spend a lot of time reading and studying and talking with a bunch of different people and trying to wrap my head around things that make no difference to anybody in the universe except me. But that is just, that dilation shit is just fucked up. I have a theory that if you've seen some technology move, that technology existed for at least 10 years. That's probably. Too bad we can't like a chat comment. Yeah, I don't know that you can. You can actually put at, if you're on YouTube, you can at and point the person out. Yeah, I was a teacher when I was in jail too. I taught a lot of guys to read. So yeah. But it's kind of a daunting question. It's just like gravity. Well, here's something. You're never standing still. As a matter of fact, there isn't a single thing that you interact with that is not in motion. Everything is in motion. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, you're sitting on the surface of the earth. Well, you're not sitting still. You're moving through space at 67,000 miles an hour. Your planet is moving at 1,000 miles an hour in a circle, right? And in addition to that, the sun is moving through our solar system at 500,000 miles an hour, and the solar system it's moving through is moving through the universe at 2 million miles an hour. All right? These are all facts. So you're never really standing still. I personally have always interpreted gravity in the relationship of motion. In other words, I do not accept that gravity is a force of attraction between one body and another. I don't buy that at all. That's bullshit. Magnets do that. That's it. Gravity is not an attractive force. Gravity is the result of inertia. Mass and inertia play a role in what gravity is. What we observe and how we interact with things, that's there because of movement. No different than if you sit in a car, okay? Anything that happens to it, I don't care if you're sitting on the rear bumper or you're sitting inside the car, you're all going the same speed. And if I run into something, you're all going to suffer the same consequences, regardless of where you're located in that car. But while you're in that car, okay, or you're in a plane, wherever you are on that object is in motion at basically the same speed. Because it's always confused me. How is it, as the earth rotates, people don't get thrown off? Or how is it people on the backside of the planet that aren't part of the, in other words, you would think that there'd be some variance as it rotated to whatever was on the surface. But when you look back at a car A glass of water in the front seat is going to behave the same as a glass of water in the back seat. Essentially, there's no difference. They're both traveling at whatever speed you're traveling at. And so when you're on the earth and these things are moving, you essentially become part of the mass. You are part of the mass of the earth. No different than you would be part of the mass of that car. And so there will be no difference as it rotates and spins at 1,000 miles an hour. You have to ask, why aren't you thrown off into space? Well, that's because you are incorporated into the mass. And when you jump up in the air, your sensation of falling back to the earth may not actually be what's happening. May not be what's happening at all. It may be the earth just coming in contact with you. You can't jump high enough to get away from the earth. You got to realize that for a rocket to get into space, it has to outrun the earth. It's already traveling on the earth at 67,000 miles an hour. It already has that momentum, even though it's sitting still on the launch pad. We're still moving that fast. You have to get beyond that. If the earth stopped rotating, everything would fucking shift. We'd all be fucking destroyed. Mountain ranges, forests, oceans, everything would shift. Right? That shit would be crazy, man. There's so much more that I don't know than I do know. And I'm happy to admit that. And that different stuff, I mean, really, he's adopted and he's still sweet, which is unusual. Who the hell are you talking about, you two? Let's see. It only highlights for the person, too. That's why Einstein said a person falling off a building experiences the same thing as a person in space. You want to hear something else that's weird? The fact that we're moving and space is moving, you have to ask yourself then, if a spacecraft comes to what we consider a stop in space, is it actually at zero? Is it momentumless? And something tells me the answer to that question is absolutely not. It may be in relation, but it's not because it stopped. But it might be in relationship to other objects moving faster or slower than it, that it appears to be at a stop, but it's not. If Earth stopped spinning, we would have. No, Earth stopped spinning, everything would just come devastatingly crashing against each other. You spin counterclockwise. So if you stopped, everything would start smashing and just tearing itself apart. It'd be horrific, man. Ooh. There'd be no survivors. Even bugs wouldn't survive that. Your atmosphere would be gone. Your water would be gone. Everything would be gone. People gonna flip it. People gonna flippy. I don't know what that means. And who said I was a doctor? It only I for that too. Yeah, folks. One thing I've always cherished the most is I got time to do what I want. And believe it or not, I could travel the country and see all of these different things. And there's the problem with that is all of these different things aren't really that different to me, unfortunately. I don't see a meal in Italy any different than a meal anywhere else. Now, maybe a lot of people are really entranced by the ambiance or looking at the magnificence of the pyramids. There's nothing wrong with doing any of that. But knowing that they exist and knowing what their construction is and knowing their size, I don't really have this desire to go see it. I'd like to know more about each individual thing. Yeah, I wasn't necessarily adopted. I was given away at birth. So essentially, I guess if that's a form of adoption in the period I was born, then I was adopted. But I'd like to know the information that goes into coming to conclusions. I guess that's a simple way to put it. What information are we using to come to these conclusions? And does that information, does it sit right with the reality that we live in? Right? I had me some Italian food I made today for myself. So it's like I agree with Nikola Tesla that particle physics has its place, but it's almost a fool's errand. The answer isn't in the particle. The answer is in the wave. It's in the resonance. And I cannot find any way to argue that point. I just can't. That is the truth. Everything has a resonance. And those resonances can be manipulated and changed. And those resonances, when manipulated and changed, can do things that people are finally starting to get a hold of. Cancer can be cured with resonance treatment. Those cancer cells resonate at a frequency different than the cells around them. And they're finding that they can kill cancer cells with resonance. So there's so much that this is what I mean. We're on the age of a new understanding of the universe. We're really at that line. That's why I support electric vehicles. I don't support electric vehicles for the sake of the planet or the climate. I'm supportive of electric vehicles because I believe most of our answers are going to come when we significantly start trying to create more energy than we do. Right? And I think that moving in that direction to electrify everything and all these detractors, there's not enough grid for electric cars. There's not enough wire. I agree. But that's that should be a motivator to move everything to electric. It literally should. And that's where you're going to find ways of you're going to get away from just mastery of fire. You're going to find ways to create electricity that are different than what we've been taught to do. And I think physics and a new understanding on physics will help us. I don't know if I gotta hang on a second. Let me see what this is. What is the Hutchison effect? Phenomenon involving a manipulation of electromagnetic fields. Through his experiments, he demonstrated levitation, fusion. Yeah, I haven't looked into that. I'm glad. I'm going to bookmark this. I'll read into that now. No one has ever brought that up before. I'm glad you did because that's very interesting. And I'll tell you what I think. But I'm going to say this. This a lot of people are unaware of. Has anybody, especially if there's any guys in here, have you ever heard of vacuum welding? So in a vacuum like space, or even in a vacuum you could create on Earth, if you take two machined pieces of aluminum block, copper block, steel block, titanium block, and you take two perfectly flat machined surfaces on each block and bring the two blocks together, they will molecularly bond in a vacuum. And let me explain to you what that means. Everything has particles in it that are in motion, atoms, okay? On the microscopic level, everything that you think is solid are simply particles in motion, in symphony with one another. And therefore, you have a table. You have wood, you have metal, you have steel, okay? If you were to take two perfectly machined, and they've already shown this to be true, it's already happened by accident in space, where two similar metals or two identical metals have molecularly bonded. I think it happened to the Russians, where they couldn't get their door closed on their spacecraft. Got nothing to do really with vibration, but let's go with vibration as a simple word. These two machined pieces of metal, when brought together, vibrate themselves, or they molecularly bond, meaning the particles that are in motion that make each piece of metal block a metal block, when brought together with a perfectly flat surface, become one block. There's nothing to stop the molecules from combining back and forth because it's all the same material. A way to understand that is go to a machine shop where they machine pieces of metal extremely flat. And even on Earth, you can find that you can pick up another piece of the same metal machined exactly flat like the one in your hand, and they'll stick together. Now, the difference is in space. In space with nothing, with a vacuum with nothing there, in that atmosphere, in that environment, they don't just stick together. They bond to become one. That's pretty fucking awesome. And if you think about it, it's kind of fucking freaky. The last time I heard something to be welded, my pant leg and shoe caught on fire. Oh, well, you got to be careful when you weld. Never used a recipe in my life. No exact measurements. Let's see, vibration. What up there, Terry Martin? Alchemy. Someone should come on up here. What a bunch of pussies. 124 people in here. And not a single one of you we're going to join up and come in here and join the chat, create your own topic, move your own agenda. Nothing. Poor Twizzle's devastated by 911. I don't know why. My bird droppings. Yeah, welding it is a skill. I've tried welding too. I did it when I was a kid in shop class. I was kind of okay. I could have really become good if I liked it, but I didn't like it. Twiz is innocent. Poor Twiz. And Miss Q, you got to get better from that cold before it becomes the bird flu and we all get locked down. You better fix that shit. We're going to blame you if we get locked down again. Remember that, folks. There's a new talk about some avian bird flu or some shit. You better hope Mrs. Q ain't a carrier and she's going to get us all locked in our houses again. No, no, no. I don't know what that picture is, but it looks, I don't even know there, Miss Q. So people have caught their clothes on fire. This has been a long stream like the other one. Twiz is innocent. Poor Twiz. Carl's not quite so innocent, but Carl's being, maybe I ought to put that up there. Maybe I ought to give a title to Twiz. Let's see. He could be co-chairman of the 5.63 billion morons. Yeah. What is the science about however you affect one particle, there's another particle somewhere that reacts the same way? Well, two identical particles. Einstein called it fuzzy science. Quantum. That's how quantum computing is being set up. So it is true. What happens to one particle will affect the other particle exactly. But they have to be a similar, same. I think they have to be the same particles. The quantum computing is going to be pretty awesome. Yeah, that's if it's quantum. It doesn't just happen. You move one finger, the other finger, and the other hand ain't going to move. That'd be kind of fucked up if it did, wouldn't it? Ooh. Be absolutely insane. All right. Well, anybody got a topic? Or it's midnight. It is midnight. Yeah. Yeah, thank God that doesn't happen with people. I mean, ooh, that'd be crazy, man. Your act causes someone else to act the same way. The other particle could be anywhere. That's the weird thing about it. It could be on the other side of the universe. Doesn't matter how far or how close it is. It's an instant reaction. That's why Einstein had trouble with that. So they call them qubits. Yeah, it is funny. I don't have the phone number up, but people could come in right through StreamYard. I mean, I'm in there waiting for someone to join. I don't know why Twiz doesn't. I don't know. Twiz, he might be more feminine than he sounds. I can't say. I don't know the guy, but yeah, he could be more feminine than he sounds. But we don't know. Oh, why are you chicken? Can't be afraid of me. I'm just some fucking voice on the internet. What the hell? Look at that. I'm looking at I'm getting old. Look at that. I'm a 50s guy. I'm not born in the 50s. I'm talking about age. 50s guy. People do think Twiz is female. I never heard that before. I was just saying that, but look at that. Twizzle toes. Twizzle. Oh, Twizzle. You never know. Could be a chick. You never know. Although he plays a lot of video games. That's his primary excuse for not being able to talk on Discord or call into any shows or join the streams is he's playing a video game. But yeah, he will go. They think everyone is a woman in true crime. That's not true. Nobody mistakes me as a woman. Unless you do. Audience, do you mistake me for a woman? Maybe they do. Maybe you're right. Let's test that theory. Everyone is a woman in true crime. Is that how you all view me as a, I don't even know what the fuck to call me, a streamer or a YouTuber or whatever it is I'm doing up here? What do you say, folks in the audience? Not a chance. Twizzle stick must be why you are proud of that beard. See, Heidi came in. Nope, not a chance. Are the I4? No, it's all's gone. What? No, it's all's gone. I don't know what that is, Grant. Probably not with the sergeant name. Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm an exception to your everyone. The big He-Man. How did you get the name Sarge? Well, it came from my political work on Twitter when it was Twitter, and my insistence to stick to the facts. And I decided that, and that's kind of what you see. I'm trying to do that in true crime too. Is that whatever information you're given, if it's all the information you have to accept it at face value, unless the totality or the summation of the information you had contradicts it, right? And sometimes you're given a piece of information like all of these fucking wet-headed creators that still think Brian did this. They ignore the 11 to 13. They make excuses for the 11 to 13. They argue that it was his car, the 14 to 16 at the house. The cops made an error. Or they'll come up with some other kind of fucking story to justify the charges against Brian. And I just can't do that. Who's Justin? I don't know who Justin is. Lag Wi-Fi. They ignore everything that doesn't match the story they have created in their head. Yeah, that's exactly it. And I would happily take any of the information they have, if it's verifiable, and apply it to Brian Koberger's case. I have no objection to that at all. None. They seem to be unable to do that, because if they do that, then they're going to look at the Brian Koberger case from the aspect is he may not have done it, or at the very most, they may wake up and say, if he did it, he didn't do it that way. Okay, which is my position. If he did do it, that's not the way he did it. Who is all of this big name? Justin Lamb, William Popworth Rodriguez. Who the hell is that? Right. I wish some of these people that have an alternative thing, like Daniel today, talking about the coveralls and a knife found and blah, blah, blah. Yikes. I don't know what the hell he comes up with all this and makes it all part of the evidentiary base against Koberger and how they're going to use it against him. And it's rather shocking to me. And I all I can say is my perspective has been the same since I started. And that Ann Taylor is actually, my perspective lines up and has lined up with hers before she even laid it out to the public. I don't get why people pick on Ethan. The story of him being, let's not even go there. I don't even want to. I can't even stand that whole fucking, that. Oh, that's nasty, Heather. I don't know. I don't know what his motive is. But when a police officer, as I now know Daniel was, when a police officer doesn't have any problem with what we have in this case, as the police officers handled themselves, that says an awful lot about just what kind of trouble this country is in. Daniel, of all people, should be all over this. All over the fact they misidentified the vehicle, that they don't have any electronic connection to Koberger in that house, that they don't have any video images of all the video they got that can identify Brian Koberger in his car. That came from testimony of Brett Payne, not me. And Daniel, being an ex-policeman, should be all over that and pointing out to us where these policemen have gotten it wrong. Again, not on the innocence or guilt of the guy, but just on the facts of the case itself. You would think that somebody with his background would have the fucking 2 cents in their head. I think someone said penny for your thoughts and he gave up both cents. That's what I think happened. But that's the epitome of the fucking people that work for us that are supposed to enforce laws. It's sad, man. It's very sad. He's a damn backup pool, whatever that is. I have a hard time listening to him too. I definitely have a hard time listening to him, and it's like there's a couple of creators out there. Who is it that comes in here? Is it you, Heather? Some of the stuff you do, I find very fascinating, and I find it, like some of these videos that I've watched from another creator, I forget their name at the moment. Because it doesn't matter to me. It's just the facts that I like. Like, I don't know the names of the scientists usually that I follow and blah, blah, blah. So, but, when you have a crime scene that's as pristine as this one, and what I mean by that is, if you're going to argue an intruder committed this crime, then there should be intruder indicators in the crime. Do people follow that? Yeah, if people do good work, I definitely don't mind crediting them. I'm bad with names. Like I gave credit to Paparazzi today because he produced the document. I brought up the other creator the other day when I did a long stream. I don't know, even if Daniel were to put something forward that made sense, right? If Daniel put together a fact that's been verified, not his presumptions that this is another nail in his coffin. I don't want your presumptions. I want to see the fact. I want to see the nail in the fucking hammer, and I want to see the coffin. And if you can't show me that with your information, then you need to just shut up. Just shut up about it. Yeah, Howard Blum. I got attacked by people because I was attacking him in the very beginning when he was doing that. He's just another talking head. This guy will say anything to sell his book. And he's a jerk off. And he does nothing for nobody but himself. And you guys give him all the adulation. And he's no better than Daniel. He's an idiot, that guy. It's too premature to do what he was doing. Unbelievable, man. How about that other guy that it was around the Sebastian case? Oh, we got breaking news with this video of lights and people crossing, or whatever the fuck he did. That guy should have lost his job for that. What if I am me? That Blum should lose, Blum, whatever you want to call him. All of these folks, they're just, or somebody should sit them down and teach them how to make observations. My observations were based on what the police told us, nothing more. I didn't pretend that it wasn't Brian's car at the fucking house. They told us it wasn't his car without telling us, right? That's right. They had no probable cause to do anything they did. Okay? They had no probable cause, Heather. I agree with you that. And I said that in the beginning when I read the PCA. It's all exculpatory information. It's all data that should have stopped the investigation into Brian Koberger dead in its tracks. When the FBI insisted that car was an 11 to 13, and that's the car you're describing in the PCA, then that eliminates Brian. When you realize that you can't put his phone anywhere near that house for the time before and after and during the crime, that eliminated Brian. When you then come forward and show an image of a vehicle that might be Brian's, nowhere near the house, that eliminated Brian. Right? He was eliminated in all of this guy's investigative steps, and this jerk off, like drunk turkey and all these other assholes, don't want to take that for the truth. That's the fucking truth. This is America. Okay? And when you're just when a lead or a suspect or a suspicion is looked at and nothing in your look connects me to that fucking crime, woe be you if you arrest me. Woe be you. Because that ain't going to go over well. Even if I committed the crime. You made a big fucking mistake. And that's what these cops have done in Idaho. They haven't proven he didn't commit the crime. They clearly can't prove he did the crime. That's the fucking problem. And it's stunning to me that people are still going to argue over whether he did it or did it, or I believe this and I believe that. And Like that Jeff H. I think, didn't you put something in a video about him, Heather? Right. Everything he did was, yeah, him not being followable means he was in the house. Him not being seen, him not being heard, him not being able to be tracked means he was in that house. And it's just not the way crime works. And his place of work. You're forgetting they also looked at his place of work. Everywhere this man went, everything that he had under his control, directly or indirectly, was searched, and they found no victim DNA, no victim hair, no victim. They let people believe that he had the ID of one of these fucking victims in his home in Pennsylvania. They made the public believe that Brian Koberger took their IDs or had one of the girls' IDs with him in his closet. Okay? And that's false. It's crazy how people fall. And then they say, well, I come on to the news. I go to alternative news like YouTube and other places to avoid the mainstream media. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. You come right out here and you're the same patsy out here that you were when you were watching the mainstream media. Matter of fact, you're worse out here because you're interacting. You're doing it to yourself openly amongst others. And you're all mind fucking yourselves. Yeah, these people don't have a capacity to think. And they do, but for some reason they've sacrificed that to beliefs and opinions. And to believe in information is, I hate to say this, but that's the biggest sin of all. It's bigger than adultery. It's the biggest sin you can commit is to believe in information. That's why Adam and Eve were kicked out of the Garden of fucking Eden, if you believe that. If you got any kind of religious background, that's the big mistake that humanity made. They started to believe their own fucking bullshit. No, pride doesn't even compare to believing in man's knowledge. Doesn't even come close. The only reason you have pride is because you believe in man's knowledge. Every sin comes from believing in the knowledge that's been put forward. I don't care what kind of sin you have, because you believe in knowledge. That's the sin, the original sin of man. Okay? I don't know if that's true or accurate, but I think it's a simplification of what can be observed. Why were they kicked out of the Garden of Eden? Tree of knowledge, the apple, right? Okay. Now there's a lot more to it than that. What are we doing today? You're out here on the internet, and I'm pointing out and hammering people that believe Koberger committed a crime, even though the facts show. Hey, we're testing pizza cutter for blood. They were that desperate for anything. I don't know if that. Oh yeah, okay, at that house. Yeah, I remember when they arrested Brian, the owner of a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. And the first thing that popped into my head was, I didn't really read that PCA extremely well. I'm going to go back and look. And I read the document, and I remembered the conversations. I definitely remembered the police said many times, the police said several times that they were looking for an 11 to 13 Elantra. It wasn't just documentation. It was what they were telling the media. And that stuck with me. And so when they arrested Brian, I always was like disturbed by that. How the fuck can you arrest a guy with a different car? And then listen, it's almost comical. This is why I say they're ignorant. Bear with me 1 second. I got to grab something to drink. Commercial break with no commercial. Okay. Look, I want to just say Danny Boy is just regurgitating. All it takes is a high school diploma. Danny Boy was a policeman. Let me just say this to me was the most comical thing I'd ever heard when I heard it. And you all heard it the same day I did. When they searched Brian's car, that was supposed to be a petri dish, and they came back with nothing. Nothing. I find that comical. The whole time you jerk offs were looking for an 11 to 13. That's not just because you said it to the media, but that's because that's the car that was identified by a professional FBI agent that specializes in automobile identifications. He told you what to look for. You then arrest a guy that doesn't have that fucking car. And you search it, and you find nothing. That should have been enough for these people to say, uh-oh. Who said it was a 14 to 16? See, this is the problem in our police departments and in our justice system. Is there's a lot of smart people in there. They noticed this. But somebody should have stopped this kid, Payne. Somebody should have stopped the investigation into Kohlberger dead in its fucking tracks. And said, we need to come at this from a different angle. The angle I would have went after is, can we put any of these two white cars near each other? Can we make the leap that Brian Kohlberger got out of his car and got into this car? Can we make that leap? Can we justify that? Is that possible? That's where I would have went with the investigation. And somebody in the police force, his boss, his partner, his secretary, some fucking buddy in the district attorney's office should have had the fucking smarts to say this stuff to him or to those people in there amongst each other. The FBI agent should have stood up and said, Brett, it ain't that car. If you arrest that guy with that car, you're going to not find anything to connect him to the crime through that car. That ain't the car, Brett. That's not the car I identified, Brett. Don't do it. You see? And what the fuck kind of world do we live in? We're willing to talk shit about each other or to each other, but when it comes about to doing the right fucking thing, we all shut the fuck up. Who taught us how to do that? That's what I don't understand. Who the fuck taught us all to do that? Right? You work at a fucking shop that sells oil changes, and you and everybody in the staff knows you don't have 5W30 oil. Then when cars come in that require it, you need to send them cars away or go buy the fucking oil. Not just act like it don't matter and stick whatever oil's on the fucking shelf in this guy or in your barrel. What the fuck is wrong with us? How can he be so stupid and so smart? It's the cops that need to be looked at. But the cops, let me just say, Brian is a great suspect. From the initial outside observer or even an inside person on the case. But it also fell apart rather quickly. And your warrants and what you're using to allege his presence at that scene is literally ignorant. You're forcing people to take a leap of faith to believe your conclusion. And it ain't about fucking believing. When you're in it's like science. Law enforcement is a science, folks. And there's no room for believe in any of this bullshit. Circumstantial evidence is exceptional when it lines up to a conclusion in a fucking dot-to-dot connection. I've given you the case where they subpoenaed the guy's truck. They impounded it. They got a warrant to take his pickup truck from him because they had evidence it was at the crime scene, but no evidence that he was with the truck. No evidence that he was in the crime scene. Nothing of the investigation at all. Placed that ex-husband in that woman's house. But the neighbor that took a picture of that running truck in that woman's driveway at that night that the crime was committed, and her reason for going and walking by there was because she heard screams, right? All of that was evidence that truck may have been involved in that crime. Therefore, they subpoenaed and fucking impounded the guy's truck. And within doing that, they searched the truck and found evidence that connected him to that crime scene. Basically, her blood in his truck, because her body was not found at the crime scene. Or was it? Yeah, it was found at the crime scene. It was found at the crime scene. Then they found video. Somehow she had some Chinese server or something that was capturing her video and storing it, but they didn't know the password. And then they finally got to video after he'd been arrested. But the only way they could arrest the guy was by getting evidence out of his truck. And the only way they could get to his truck was by evidence putting the truck at the crime scene. That's how it fucking works. It's simple. It's not that difficult to do. Yeah, it is. That's the worst thing you could do to the victims is take the life of an unfucking involved individual. There's nothing more horrific you could do for these victims. I agree with that. They were evil and sadistic monsters, everyone involved in these horrific murders. Yeah, we don't know if it was who did these murders. We may never know. And this kid may end up going to fucking town because too many fucking American citizens are just too fucking ignorant to the way the system is supposed to work. They don't understand the difference between a fact and what they're believing. They don't understand a fact is not circumstantial. His phone stopped reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m., which is consistent with what criminals do prior to committing a crime to mask their location from the police. Who the fuck is he to say that about a kid that had never been a criminal? Who the fuck is he to say that about a kid with a PhD in fucking forensic criminology? Who the fuck is Brett Payne to make that accusation or that fucking slander about this particular kid? Which would be perfectly fine. Okay? That's his opinion. But that's not a fact you should arrest this guy on. And for people not to have an issue with that, it's just astounding to me. You should be all furious over that. You painted this fucking conspiracy theory. You told us this story. You included times and locations and vehicles, and none of it points to him. None of it. Poor Brian Kohlberger. I don't feel bad for Brian Kohlberger because, again, I can't say he didn't do it, and I can't say he did do it. We're nowhere even near that. Like I was saying before I had to take a momentary break, not only was it comical that they fucking checked a car that had nothing to do with the crime and found nothing, they checked the workplace, the home, the fucking residence, the apartment, and found nothing because he's apparently not involved in the crime. And if you want to come back and say, well, it was 6 weeks between the crime and when they checked. Well, whose fault is that? Whose fucking fault is that? And why does that 6 week period mean that you got to be fucking right? You fucking morons. You don't know. Do you know what Kohlberger did during them 6 weeks? Or they claim they see him washing his car in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania was 6 weeks after the crime. You mean to tell me this kid drove around with a fucking blood-encrusted fucking car? Put his dad in it? Did a vacation and drove to Pennsylvania? With a car contaminated with crime scene evidence? I mean, people don't even fucking try to think about their positions either. Oh, he must have cleaned it. Well, no. That's not how you arrest an American. He must have. He could have, would have, should have. It's like that jerk-off Jeff saying he did a fucking U-turn. Well, how do you know he didn't? Because there's no document, there's no statement, there's nothing in evidence alleging that. That's not what they allege. They told you everything they allege in the PCA. You've seen it all discussed in courts. They're talking about a white Hyundai Elantra that drove around that fucking property that night. 3 or 4 different times before it parked. All right? It's just mind-numbing how fucking entrenched and how fucking people are arguing rather than just accept the data as it is and say, oh, okay. Like I think most of you in here do. You accept the information as it's been delivered and you can understand that it doesn't show that this kid did the crime. And I think you can be reasonable as an American and say, it doesn't mean he didn't do it. He's obviously innocent till proven guilty. That means he's innocent until the government can prove by factual fucking data that he's guilty. And a jury of his peers have to agree with the facts presented. But to tell the story, that Payne told is, and people not in America complain. I heard Lana saying it kind of upset me. He violated his rights. No, that sounds like something minor. That's not what happens. They didn't violate your rights. You don't have any rights, folks. You're a free person. Your government has stringent rules on what they can and cannot do when interacting with the citizens. And that's it, folks. Right? They can't fuck with you and your religion. They can't fuck with your free speech. They're not supposed to fuck with your right to own a gun, your right to assemble. None of that can be infringed upon at all, ever. They're going out and beyond. They're being tyrannical when they violate the limits that we placed on them. Remember, those are citizens of your country, just like you and I are. We elected them, or they were not. However the fuck through a process, they became part of government. But they're not separate from the citizen. They are a citizen, just like you. And that citizen has no right to infringe upon your right or your ability to have free conversation and free topics. Right? The Patriot Act attempts to do away with all of that, but that's under certain strenuous conditions. Right? Yeah. I don't know, man. These are not rights granted you. These are rights that you have because you're a human fucking being. Your right to defend yourself isn't a gift that's been given to you. Your right to speak freely isn't a gift granted you. It comes at birth. There's no granting by another single solitary fucking human being. And woe be you if you violate them. That's how it's supposed to work. And somehow we've been conditioned to think that our rights have been violated. We have no rights at all. Everything a free person can do is your right. Not given to you by humanity, but by the gift of life, whether you believe in a God or not. Because some guy went into some woman that created fucking life and you came out, okay? That coming out of the woman, all of these things are what you're entitled to as a human being. Period. End of fucking story. So it did disturb me when I heard Lana and I hear others say our constitutional rights. That's not what the Constitution is. It's got nothing to do with you. It's an instruction manual for what the government shall not do. Okay? It's an instruction manual for how the government shall interact with you. It's an instruction manual that if up until the point and including the use of nuclear weapons, shall defend and protect. Okay? That no one shall infringe upon the freedom that you have to own and possess a firearm to protect yourself, or to go hunting, or to shoot at fucking cans or birds. It's none of their fucking business why you got a gun. It's not a right. A right is a rule or a condition or a stipulation given to you by others, organizations, businesses, but fucking not government. She rants about guilters. I don't want to label them all guilters. I want to label them all as people that have been, they're just too lazy to step back and think for themselves. And they're too lazy to question the group that they're running with. You get in this little clique, you run around with all these other people here, and they don't. I don't know, folks. You got to be less intimidated by those around you. Right? And you got to welcome them to not be intimidating, because, the idea that this kid did it or didn't do it isn't really it's not our concern at this point. Donna Smithers. I don't know who that is, Heather. What's the Donna Smithers? That's another thing. They're subpoena a witness, and I think I know who that witness is, Heather. I think I know who Ann Taylor is subpoenaing, and I think she's subpoenaing Mowry, M-O, you know who I mean. I think that's who she's subpoenaing, Mowry. Because his paperwork and his testimony is going to show that there was never a second warrant issued. Are you following me on this one, Heather? You saw that document released where she's subpoenaing a defense witness? And I suspect that that's going to be Mowry, because Mowry applied for phone records from AT&T during the period that he claims he had a second warrant that covered them. I don't think he ever had a second warrant. What I suspect happened in this case was, because when you read the warrant that he wrote, I suspect that because Brian Koberger started that plan in June, okay? That's just a term that TCOM is referring to, like paperwork. That's all that is. Don't worry about that term. It's a Latin term, and you could Google it to find the answer. Okay, the woman in PA who was found deceased, one who her passing is undetermined. It's that Gigi in that one Facebook group in PA police said that they looked at Brian Koberger's death. Just like that. Okay, but let me get back into why she subpoenaed a witness, and I think it's Mowery. Follow this, Heather, and Twizzle and the others out there. Because I think Mowery proves that there was never a second warrant issued. And what I suspect happened was, when you read that warrant, it does say supply all information. But that paragraph about supplying all information is separate from the initial written warrant issuing a date period of fucking the 12th to the 14th. When you get down and you read it to the small paragraph, it talks about all information, blah, 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 blah. And I honestly think that Brett Payne was given all of Brian Koberger's data with that first warrant, that first limited warrant. And it was limited because there was no evidence to put him as being part of that crime. He was still a suspect at that point, right? So I think what happened was Brett Payne got the entire dump of Brian Koberger's phone activity, and that's where he saw the 12 other previous trips to that area. And that's where I think he started to get himself mind-fucked on Koberger being involved. And so the reason the defense is calling a subpoena a witness, and this is what that Tucumb thing is, to either provide the documents. The TCOM is about documents, folks. It's not about cell phones or anything. It's about documents related to the investigation, which could include cell phones. That he can either provide his documents or be a witness. Okay? No, I don't think so, Twiz. I think it's all about Brett Payne and his initial warrant that he exceeded and claimed that in the same day, within a few hours, he got a second warrant. And nobody has seen that warrant. She's asked him where the warrant is. She's demanded discovery on that warrant. It's not been issued. I think the state's going to try to argue that his mistake doesn't matter. Watch. Just like they did with everything else, because we're not going to use that in court anyway. But that mistake, I believe, was done by AT&T. I don't think there was any criminal intent on anybody's behalf to produce all that extra, because the kid was only part of them for 5 months. Right? Didn't he get a new phone in June when he moved there? And so they just said, here's everything we got on Brian Koberger. Don't fucking bear. We got other shit to do. Not thinking that they had to comport to exactly what was in the warrant. They didn't do that. Brett Payne never alerted anybody to that. Brett Payne should have had someone else come in and separate the dates that he needed and taken the other paperwork and either destroyed them or locked them up. He should never have looked at them. There should have been a chain of custody of that fucking data. I don't think he did that. And then when Mowery got involved, and Mowery made the request for those dates and times, that was to show, and I think she's going to show that was because there was never a warrant allowing those dates and times to be observed. You follow me? But Mowery also applied for another warrant that would cover, I think, June to August or July to August. And the point that Ann's making is there's no need for that second warrant because that information, according to Brett Payne, had already been issued a warrant for. And she's been battling back and forth on that particular issue. That's why I suspect Mowery is the person she's subpoenaing. And she's subpoenaing him over the argument, over the statement that Brett Payne has given that he had 2 warrants in one day. And she's asked him, what caused you to look for a second warrant? I don't really remember. Remember what time it was? How long did you look at this document? How long did you read this information before you decided you needed more? What did you read that led you to believe you needed more? Yeah. And so he got this document for that night. And this is why I say the whole case should have stopped here. If Brett Payne received only the dates and times of November 12th to November 14th, then Brett Payne would have had no reason to seek out Brian Koberger, because that document, that time period, placed Brian Koberger nowhere at the crime. Nothing in what he discovered could place Brian at the crime. However, I suspect that he was given all of the data, and then he saw that there were 12 or 13 other trips in that area. And that's where Brett Payne's stupidity switch flipped, and he started focusing on Brian Koberger. If not, it would have Brian K. with all the evidence they don't have. Maybe he had the subpoena because it's not in Moscow this time. Payne subpoenaed the original 12 to 14, was given that by a magistrate. The dates to 12. Remember, also, let me go back and say this. This is going to blow everybody's fucking mind. But do you remember in the document where they said that Brian Koberger was on Queen Road or King Road the next morning at 9 a.m., but then they discovered that wasn't factual? Do you guys remember? I know you remember that, right? Here's the ball breaker of all of that. The irony that somebody would come back into that area to see see what was going on or what wasn't going on is something that people can visualize. You know, a guy sets a fire and he's in the crowd. The irony in that is the car that they did witness that they determined wasn't Brian is that car that they witnessed an 11 to 13 Elantra. What car what car prompted them to conclude that Brian Koberger visited the scene the next day? What the fuck where did they get that from? And why did they make that conclusion only to then later correct themselves and say that we discovered that he wasn't in the area at all? What the fuck was the car that prompted them to make that statement? And I suggest to you that it was the actual car that that was involved in that crime the night before. And remember, it was there at around 9 a.m. Still 2 hours and 58 minutes before the police were called. What was that car doing back in the neighborhood? And folks, I don't care what anybody says, but it would be ridiculous to assume anything except the car that they observed the next morning was a Hyundai Elantra. You can't, do you follow me? You can't really take any other fucking stand on that. If you're telling me he was back there the next day, only that later you found out that you were inaccurate, you believe he was somewhere else, what did you see that made you make that statement? Okay? That's an issue. Do you follow me, Heather? You ought to do something in your video about that. I suspect that the car that they observed on that road near that crime scene the next morning at 9 a.m. was involved in that crime and involved with what happened between 4 a.m. and noon. And that the reason because they'd already fucking tunnel visioned their asses into Brian. And so they just actually assumed that other Elantra that they saw that morning was Brian. I never believed that was Brent Kopacka, that they're fooling us this whole time. Yeah, I don't know who did it. That's the thing. Trying to figure out who did it is like a fool's errand. You know, you got Huda of London, you got Bubbly Waters, you got Tommy, you got all these people, you got this fucking paparazzi fucking guy. Everybody out there telling you who did the crime or who didn't do the crime. And none of them have any evidence to support any of their points of view. They just create these stories. And it's rather shocking. All right. Well, then maybe I misunderstand that. Okay. Then maybe I just misunderstood it, which is, look, I'm not as smart as I think I am sometimes, right? That man definitely wasn't nothing like. I'm going to end with this because this has been another long stream, and I've enjoyed it, to be honest with you. I'm glad the chat room is interacting. Although, the women are ballless and the men are pussies. Okay. There you go, ladies. You're fucking ballless and the men are fucking pussies. We just changed roles for all of you. Okay. So there's 2 more fucking genders for you because you won't even come in here and have a conversation. Unfucking believable. Yeah, the court documents say the car seen on Floyd's camera was not Brian Koberger. As a matter of fact, when asked if any and all of the video footage that you collected connected shows Brian Koberger in his car, does any of that video show that? And he said no. I mean, how the guy could sit on the stage on a stand and answer questions that clearly show his work is insufficient and not understand his work is insufficient himself and come forward and say, I fucked up. I'd go to my commanding officer. I'd go to the fucking, and I would say, listen, none of this stuff is verifiable. All the facts that I put together apparently are wrong. Yeah. Mikey used me for an airport fucking noise. And what's up, Ashley? Yeah. One of the I'll say the cutest girl of 2024 that I dated, part of 23. Her name was Ashley. Her middle name was Nicole. She preferred to be called Nicole. I don't know why. She liked that name better or something. But yeah. So that's a nice name. I like that name. Bye-bye, Miami. Get your ass on that plane. Don't say anything that will cause trouble. Yeah. Yeah, these people they don't got him on camera. Brett Payne said they don't got him on camera. And Brett Payne is at least he's a well-trained liar. He's a well-trained liar. He actually acknowledges by trying to scam his way out of it that the 14 to 16 Elantra's imagery that the FBI relied on came from a different area that had nothing to do with the crime scene. He admits that without actually saying it. When he's asked, I don't know how people can watch this. I don't know. Oh, don't start talking about recycle bins and shit. I'm at war with my garbage company. I don't understand people, man. How petty people can do. You are a garbage man. I didn't give you that job. I don't even know. What do you mean unblock you on YouTube? Where are you? I don't even know where you are. I don't even know. Unblock me on YouTube's. Well, I can't do that now, or I'd have to. And is that your name on YouTube that I blocked? And why did I block you? You must have said something that irritated the shit out of me. Even in the order paragraphs in the PCA support that the change in years was off other cameras, likely the Pullman. Yeah. Yeah, the change in years didn't come because the cop fucked up. You would think I'd be married because I dated a girl named Ashley. Well, I don't know. I don't know. But here's what I do remember. Listen. This is kind of, you ladies probably aren't going to like this, but when you're dating somebody, right? I don't want you fucking block me. Well, you're able to communicate. What do you want? Where are you communicating from? You communicating from Rumble? Are you communicating from Twitter? Where are you communicating to me from? Right? No way the expert made a mistake and increased the range. I agree with you 100%. I said that right in the beginning. I've been on that the whole time. And let me just say something. There's not that many ways to differentiate from 11, 13 to 14 to a 16. There's one surefire way to do that, and that's from the rear bumper. That's unequivocally an undeniable way to identify one year to the other, right? Because every 2 years there's a model change. So an Elantra will become a little different, and then in 17 to 19 it becomes a little different, or 17 to when it was whatever. I don't know. Are you on YouTube talking? Whoever is telling me to unblock you, or are you're talking to me from X? Where are you talking to me from? Yeah, you're talking to me from X. I got almost 100 viewers from X on here, and then the rest come from YouTube. Yeah, 45 from YouTube. You guys must be bored being up this late at night. On the rear bumper, it's easy. Also, it may be also the rims on the vehicle may be different on these two different groups of cars, right? Well, I'll write your name down, and hopefully when I look at it tomorrow morning, probably tomorrow afternoon when I get up, I'll remember why I wrote it down. Yes. All right. As well as a 112 camera would have captured the entire car from entering and exiting in the 3-point turn. But here's something else too, is he was quick to point out that there was no front plate on the vehicle. Yet, if they did identify the car from the rear, why is it they were unable to obtain the rear license plate? I mean, you would think that with the technology of today, that you would, and I understand at night these cameras aren't really high quality cameras, and applying the brake light could fuck your camera up to the point you couldn't see the license plate. But I found it always a little strange that however they identified this vehicle, yeah, he said they didn't see a license plate on the front. You're right. He didn't say there wasn't. He said they didn't see it, which is different from it not being there. Right. So, but how come you didn't catch the rear plate? License plate readers read license plates, don't they? Do, but he didn't drive in an area with a license plate reader. He drove in a neighborhood with fucking ring cameras and shit. Right? So, when you got bright lights shining off the ass end of the vehicle, a basic camera might just get blinded by it. I know that if you hit your brake lights, that brightening of that red light being shot out, or even headlights, can prevent you from reading a front license plate. If the car comes around the corner and is turning onto a street and you catch the front of it, you may never see that because the lights washed it out. Yeah, she said they chopped the video up. You're right. She's still trying to get the whole fucking video from the car around that home. That's what she's trying to obtain. They still haven't given that to her. She's got pieces of that video. And that guy, Jeff H., let me just tell you what Jeff H., he plays himself off as a really nice guy. And he may in fact be, but he hides behind this persona of being a harmless, really nice guy. But he's got an agenda. And his agenda is to keep injecting into this conversation bullshit that he may not even believe. Why doesn't Sarge have more subscribers? I don't really worry about that. I don't promote the show. What do I got for subscribers? 2,140 or something. And he's got this persona that you want to let him speak, but then he keeps bringing up all of this woulda, coulda, shoulda, maybe, if. And that's what he's there for. He's not there to know the truth. He's there to try to tell you what he thinks, or what he doesn't even think it. He believes this stuff. And it's annoying. I don't care what you believe. You don't want me to get into what I believe in when it comes to religion and spirituality, or even my political beliefs. That's fine. But don't play off this idea that you got all these answers, and like Drunk Turkey today. He's alleging there's coveralls and there's a knife, and add that to the list of things, and now they got a fingerprint, and they got this, and they got that. And I don't see Ann arguing about fingerprint identifications, right? Because that would be inadmissible as well, because the fingerprints were only provided after they arrested the guy. So that would be a piece of evidence that she'd be asking to what the hell is that word? You guys know what I mean. He's got all these motions to suppress. She's trying to suppress everything that they brought against Brian, not because she's a defense attorney that's just trying to stall, but because they had no probable cause to arrest the man and charge him with that crime, and then use the arrest and the charges to obtain warrants Okay? That then provided them with information that when you put the information on the table, still show you Brian didn't do it. That's the fucking sadness of this all. And here you got people like Jeff and all these others out here that would rather. I want to know why the fuck there aren't other investigations, why they didn't stop this guy, why we aren't screaming for these people to come up with some other fucking answer that makes sense. Right? No, I don't think he's got ties to anything. He's just one of those fucking, there's guys like that people mistake them for being some kind, compassionate person, and he's really not that person. He's that person so that he can ingratiate himself into the presence of others when given the chance. But let's not forget, he's been blocked and banned by several people, and then he tries to make friends and come back in again. There's just something fucking wrong with that guy. And I'm a fairly good judge of character. Remember, I run a multi-million-dollar business off of a phone. I got to pick and choose who I'm going to do business with or not choose business with. And if you don't think I'm not assessing who's on the other of that line asking me for services, you're out of your fucking mind. It's the most raw way to discuss things with people or hear anything. Anyway, he just knows he knows everything. And he doesn't, see, that's the thing, he doesn't question. If he showed me, yeah, that's what I mean. He's just one of these people that need to be online. They needs the attention. Yeah, he's got 30 different usernames. He's a fucking troll. He's all of that stuff, and he has this persona he puts on for people. And I guess maybe at one point in history they would call people like that a put on. And I just don't have any patience for people like that. I see people doing that shit, or I sense that they're doing that. I don't give a fuck. Get out of here, man. I mean, I think maybe that's probably why. Like if I were trying to do this for money, I would behave much more like Daniel does, much more like Clue does. Not quite Clue, but some of the humor that she uses and stuff. I wouldn't swear, right? I'd follow a narrative that brings me the most followers. I would follow a narrative that brings me the most clicks. I'm not incapable of doing that. I know how to scam people or put on a persona that doesn't represent who I really am, but does represent to the people I'm discussing things with. I mean, I do this every day in business. People don't know what I believe or who I worship or don't worship or what my politics are. It's never part of my business. My view of the world is my view of the world. You're calling me for a fucking task. And it's not really anything. I mean, so I don't even bring it up. I can have, the way I'm talking right now, I could talk like this every fucking day. Take care, Mikey. It's not rocket scientist. I mean, I'm raw. And I have a passion for knowledge. I like to be right, not because it makes me better than anybody, but so that I can move on to something else. Right? Brian Koberger isn't my life. You guys know that. How many weeks have I, last month or two, hit and miss whether I come on or not. The last 2 times I've come on, I've spent quite a bit of time on the fucking machine because you guys were interacting with me like this. Doesn't feel like I'm talking to myself. So it's kind of cool. And I don't want people's money, regardless if I needed it or not. I just don't want I don't want you to click on me. So I got to get paid and help YouTube and everybody make money. That's not what I'm on here for. I'm on here to try to show people that you look at the fucking information available to you and accept it at face value. That's your starting point. That is your starting point. And then as time moves forward and data is added to what your starting point is, then you could start to glean some kind of understanding. I mean, we're trying to put together a puzzle. Forget the gag order. We're trying to put the puzzle together based on the pieces that they've put on the table. And it's as if we've got several different puzzles to sort through here. It's not easy to do, but we complicate it because we want to be right that he's guilty, or we want to be right that he's innocent. And I don't want to be right that the cops are making mistakes, but the conclusion is difficult not to accept. When you charge a man with a crime that you in no way, shape, or form have any evidence placing him there, and only after you arrest him and charge him with a fucking multiple felonies do you then get a buccal swab and argue, oh, yeah, this is his? And then you go to court and want to hide that from him, how you got to him, how that DNA was in. And Ann said that in court. One of her experts in one of these new filings, I wish I would have saved that and I didn't. But some of you might remember the other night when I was on here, I said that when you take an unknown sample and put it in a database, you could get hundreds, maybe thousands of matches to that one sample. You guys realize this, right? And it comes down to a statistical analysis of the connection. I mean, this is in Ann's one of her filings, why she needs experts. Okay? So if I were to take, I'll take Ashley's, I'll take a piece of Ashley's DNA, I'll send it to Othram, they'll amplify it, we'll give it to somebody to go into a genealogy database, enter it. And when it's scanned by their computers, you may find hundreds of people that have a connection to that. And you then have to break it down. That's why I also said when they were looking for the DNA in a genealogical database, were they looking against the hundreds of suspects they had? Were they looking blind? Or were they looking for Brian Kohlberger? Okay? And based on some of the things that I've seen, I suspect that Kohlberger's name was given to the lab that did the genealogy. I added audio of man screaming, does it ever end with Brian Kohlberger? What happens to the Thought Riot? Yeah, I don't know what happened to Thought Riot. They irritated me one day. A long time ago, folks. I was the first one to bring this up. One of the other streamers, she's kind of a goofy looking lady. She was trying to mimic that drip drop guy. She was putting on that mask and she had a true crime Brian Kohlberger channel, sort of. And she said when she was in the army or when she was in the police or wherever she worked, she made a statement that had said that DNA doesn't survive on brass. And DNA doesn't this and it reacts different here and it reacts different. But she never came full circle and connected what she had said to anything important. And I did. I immediately started researching. And Clue, I was hanging around with Clue a lot at that time. And I discovered that DNA has an almost zero survival rate when it comes in contact with brass. And the button snap is brass. And I started that whole conversation back a year ago or whatever, that the outside of the button snap could have an enamel coating on it. True. But they say it came from in the button snap. So there's two areas that actually snap together that are not coated with enamel. If that's where you got the DNA from, that's almost impossible because brass interacts with the DNA. It destroys DNA. It's either electromagnetically or there's some. If you put DNA on a piece of metal, a piece of wood, a piece of aluminum, a piece of copper, a piece of brass, and they've done this and they've tested how long the viability of that sample would last. In brass, it gets destroyed quicker than anything. As a matter of fact, within 4 hours of DNA being on brass, it's the great word, degrades. It's degraded to being unusable. And now, when you do the math on the crime scene, there's no way that they were able to get that sample off that blade for at least 12 to 20 hours, maybe longer. So if the DNA came from the button snap, right? And it wasn't the surface that has the enamel coating, but it was the inner snap or the you know what I'm saying, the mechanism inside that snaps together, then there's no way they could have obtained any DNA from there. You see? Yeah, it was transfer DNA. Even Ann brings it up in documents. They call it touch DNA, which to me is unwise. All right, so here's what I'm trying to say is when information is handed out there, I don't know. When she mentioned that about brass, it sent me on a tirade to try to understand what she had said. And then I was able to connect what she said to the crime here. We don't know exactly where on the button snap the DNA was located, the transfer DNA. And that matters. Twizzle and his ants in his pants can't sit still at the hearings. Yeah, well, that's true. So that's why sometimes I listen to people I completely disagree with, because oftentimes they'll say things they themselves are unable to understand the significance of. They'll report facts and not be able to connect them to other facts that are already out there because they're not paying attention to the facts. You know what they're doing? They're trying to argue guilt or innocence. And that's a fucking problem. And then who was that one guy that used to come out here? Clue something. I forget his name. People didn't like him. He was always complaining people didn't watch his channel. He did many videos on the car, the Linda Lane. I forget his name. He did good work. I didn't really have any issue with the guy at all. He was a dick, but so am I. I don't give a fuck. But he was putting forward evidence and showing his conclusions, and they were pretty good. Get a clue. That was it. Mingy, he was fucking furious that I spouted that out before he did, and then he tried to ridicule and make fun of me over it. And I thought, whatever. The bottom line is you're confirming what I had discovered. And I only discovered it because somebody can't even stand happened to make a statement that just piqued my interest. And the life of fucking DNA on different surfaces was an interesting fucking thing that she brought up. It would have lasted on leather could last on leather for years. Okay. I don't even, is he still out here? Get a clue. Yeah, I think he's a highly skilled guy. I think he's even worse than me when it comes to being a dick. Yeah, he would get so mad at the other streamers, or I don't want to call people creators unless creating bullshit is a fucking thing to be patted on the back. He would yell at people in the video. Is he still out here? Is Get a Clue still out here? Does anybody know? Oh, yeah, that's why people were saying that word earlier, Sigma Chi. Yeah, I don't have anything personal. I don't have anything personal against Daniel, against Jeff. It's not personal. It's just, to me, it's an educated fucking summation of what kind of people they are. All right, that's where I am with that. They don't affect my life in any way, shape, but they couldn't affect my life. There's nothing they could fucking do. I mean, it's kind of weird. I even use my own name out here. Is it on here? It's on somewhere. It's on my Twitter, Bruno Pelicano. I mean, it's a fuck. And I don't get harassed by people. I did once. That person ended up in jail in Leeds, England. He ended up in fucking jail doing what he was doing to me. And that worked out well for me. It took me a lot of effort. Let me tell you, it took me weeks to get this guy fucked over. Local police department, talking with the fucking police department in Leeds, talking with that. Then they took it to Scotland Yard. Yeah, they said it was electronic terrorism, which in a sense what he was doing, it was. Calling my business and tying up my phone line. He'd call a fucking hundreds of times at a sitting. Sometimes days would go by and then day after day after day after day, call, hang up, call. I'd hang up, call. I'd tell him stop. He'd hang up. Kept doing it. Did this for, oh man. And so I had all the record of the calls, and they were hiding behind Skype to do it. Why? Because he didn't like me. Because like Jeff and others, that I don't have a problem pointing out why you're a fucking asshole and why I don't like you. They didn't like hearing that. And I would blow them off. And anyway, and I was part of this crew called Skype Assholes. We were trolls. We trolled online. All right. So he decided he was going to disrupt my business. He figured out who I was. And then he found a way to find out what my business was. I think it was mentioned in the chat while we were talking, because you could put 50 people in a room and talk like you can on Discord. And I think he heard somebody say it in there. And that's when he started going after my company. And besides aggravation, it didn't, no more than that. But the bottom line is, I made a stink. I got a folder in my YouTube. And they nailed this guy. They took away his ability to withdraw any money electronically, even. They took away his cell phones. They banned him from the internet and his phone for a year. They fined him. They locked his ass up. And then they heaved all that punishment on him. But he earned it. I had to go to Skype. Skype didn't want to cooperate. So then I had to go to, it was insane. Murphy knows all 39 subs. You're welcome, asshole. Hope you've been seeing my shit certified. Is it all with trial time? What is that? Who's Rolo? Oh, you're that goofball from the other night. You're back again? For fuck's sakes, bro. We've avoided you for 4 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah, I remember that too. Gray Hughes. Yeah, look at, I don't know who you are there, Ray. Murphy knows all 39 subs. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. I don't really even care to invest in. I invested more time in that moment than I should have, even reading your post. And I am an asshole. I don't know why that's not really offensive to me. And there's a significant people that would agree with you that I'm an asshole, right? I suspect that there's probably a couple of thousand people that come here that would disagree with you. Yeah, I'm no more an asshole than you. My assholism is probably equal to your ignorance. The more ignorant you are, the more of an asshole I'm viewed as, and that's probably a very even fucking way to view it. Yeah, and no, I got no problem with Get a Clue. I like how he did all that Linda Lane stuff and how he did all that stop framing. He did some fucking crazy shit. That guy, he invested lots of time, and nothing that he actually used as examples did I find in disagreement. When he concluded the car was a Chrysler 300 that went around that building, I really can't see any way to argue with the guy. His analysis seemed spot on to me, right? Seeing a car back up in a fucking parking lot and pull away with no identifying markers, no bumper stickers, no different broken, nothing. No front plate, no rear plate, no headlights, no you can see none of that. You see the side shot of a car. Look, it looks just like an Elantra. Yeah, sure it does. I don't know who that guy is. I don't know what you mean. I don't know who Rolo is or Rolio. I don't even know how to say the guy's name. Is it? Whatever. I'm not dropping this link. Fuck that guy. I don't know what his issue is. The progression of his disdain was yeah, you're right. And he would, man, he'd get mad at people. He would get furious with people. And he always was like, said he wasn't here for the money, but he wanted people to pay to hear what he was saying. That was the only thing. The really issue I had with him was that, right? Like he told everybody I was a guilter. And I didn't, I was like, well, how could he call me a guilter? The last thing I ever was a guilter. Right? So it is what it is. He was a little strange, that guy, but some of the work he did spoke for itself. The rest of them, I don't know. I just am amused at the amount of people that don't pay attention to the only facts that actually have any bearing on the case. Right? Someone call, yeah, a guilt. Yeah, I'm a guilter. Okay, I'm a guilter. If that's how you view the information I've shared, then okay. I don't know. Don't even go back and review it. Just move on. Who likes me? Who likes me? Everybody likes me. I'm fucking Sergeant Friday. Just the facts, man. Just the facts. Are you serious? Listen, I got a friend that's short. I don't think you're a guilty. No, I don't care what people think. I keep telling people, I don't know if he's innocent or guilty. I have no idea. I stand on the words of the nation. You are innocent until proven guilty. That's the closest I can get to telling you the guy's innocent, because that's the process. That's the system you must overcome. I am American, motherfucker. I am innocent. Period. Period. I'm always innocent. And you must show evidence that conclusively shows otherwise, or shut the fuck up. That's what America's all about. We threw government off of our backs, people. And look at how we all behave in here. We act like government is some secret fucking special entity. We treat them like something separate from the rest of us. Never realizing that that's just fucking crazy, bro. That's not how you're supposed to view an American guy. Now, if you live in any other country, okay, sure. Sure. If you live in England, you can give a sex offender an 18-month suspended sentence for raping a child. And somebody that comes out complaining and bashing that guy for raping a child, you could put him in solitary confinement for fucking 12 months. Right? That's how it works. That's how it works. Yeah, but I think one of the issues I had there, Miss Q, was I don't want to have theories on who did it. I don't give a fuck what people think about who did it, what data they're going to supply to argue that they know who did it or know who did. I don't want to hear any of that. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't do anything for me. Okay? That's what makes life nonsensical to me. When you get into this kind of a situation here, and everybody's going to look at all these other ancillary pieces of information or statements or photos or internet posts, and they're going to come up with some theory as to who did it. And I don't want to be a part of that at all. I find no value in trying to solve a crime from my desktop. And if people can, okay, great. You have at it. You be you. But for me, I like to look at the problems in the situation as they exist. Things I can wrap my mind around. Things I can touch, feel, taste, think, read, see, that are directly relevant to the case in front of us. This goes with politics or anything else. I don't see two terrorists that attacked this country yesterday. One in New Orleans and one in Las Vegas. I don't see that. I immediately connect that to the illegal immigration. You know, I don't care about the booms, man. I really don't. The wiping of the sheath was a real boom. Whatever. It's that the idea that sheath has any part of this crime has never really sat well with me. The fact that there's no forced entry to any of the doors in that home, which all had locks, unlike my personal home. I don't have locks even on my bathroom door. There's a house that had locks on every bedroom door and every entry door. That bothers me that there's no discussion and there's no statement of forced entry in any of them fucking rooms. That leads me to believe that knife sheath wasn't brought in from the outside. It was always in the property. See, you could view things from that perspective when you stop trying to solve the case. Take the information in front of you and make sense of it. How do you make sense of the sheath? I don't need to see a cop wiping it off. I need to understand how you include that in your crime scene evidence collection. How does that happen? Make sense of a guy bringing a fucking weapon of war into a home while it's in its sheath. And the sheath and the knife are not attached to his body as it's made to be. Explain that to me. He gets entry to the home. Gets entry to all of the areas that he went. 2-bedroom doors that are known to be locked doors. And leaves a sheath behind? Come on, man. I don't care if the cop was licking the fucking knife sheath. Somebody explain to me how that's even part of the crime. Other than the fact the cops are trying to sell you this fucking story. I mean, they're trying to sell me the story that Brian Kohlberger was in that house with DNA that they had to amplify at a private fucking lab that's not regulated by anybody and not even certified to be doing this. Somebody make sense of that for me first. And then if you want to get into the involvement of the police, well, okay, that's a case you can make, but that's got nothing to do with the evidence being alleged against Brian. It's got nothing really to do with the crime scene as we know it. I just don't want to get into who coulda, woulda, shoulda. I did a big thing on Dylan. Someone ought to go watch that Dylan. When I did a stream on Dylan. I mean, if you take a sealed crime, and it was sealed, in as much as no forced entry, none. How did this person move through this home and enter rooms? And let me just say, How do I know the fucking doors were all locked? How do I know the doors had locks? It's very simple. First of all, Dylan Mortensen tells us she closed and locked her door. Second of all, we got an admission from the father and an acknowledgement from others that Zaina's door had a lock. Now, people tried to impugn he changed the lock, but that came out to be nothing. No, that didn't happen. But in fact, 2 of the 3 girls now have locks on their door. Huh. Why would Zaina and fucking Dylan have lockable bedroom doors, but not Kaylee or Bethany? You see? These questions need to make sense before you just move on to start including the knife sheet as part of your analysis of what happened here. You have to find that even fucking belongs in their analysis. Clearly, the fucking Elantra Brian drives does not belong to their analysis, yet they claim it does. So, I'm sorry. I look at this from a more practical, maybe more focused view of what information is absolutely available for us to question. Some video of a cop licking or wiping some fucking knife sheet, I don't know nothing about nothing on that. I don't know what that means or if it has any bearing on this. Somebody make sense about that knife being in that room, please. Somebody make sense of all these rooms having locks. And they weren't locked? This guy moved through, didn't disturb nothing, didn't make any noises 8 hours before the crime was called in, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you guys know the fucking crime. Make sense of that. You just can't do it. So knowing that a cop wiped down a knife sheet doesn't help me at all. It doesn't go anything into the innocence or guilt that they're alleging of Brian Koberger, right? The height of the floor was interesting with Dylan's perspective. Absolutely. Nobody, all these people talking about all this other stuff. What about that's a particular fact that nobody wants to touch? You have actual crimes committed and crimes called in of somebody about 5'5" doing the very similar thing that happened here in the Idaho 4. And every single one of these creators ignore it and say, well, that might be exculpatory for Brian. No. That could be the person that was in this home. More than anything else, that person could be connected to this crime. Because Dylan was standing on a floor 6 inches lower than the floor this guy was traveling towards her on. But nobody wants to. I must be crazy for noticing that detail. There's something wrong with old Sarge. Sarge can't play 1 and 1 equals 2. You see, you just can't. I just can't do it. There's something wrong. I'm mentally deficient. I have a low IQ. I'm an asshole. And so assholes would actually wonder, for instance, if you walk from my bedroom or you walk from my living area towards my bedroom, you're going to be 4.5 inches taller than once you enter my bedroom, because that's the difference in the height of the floors. All right. Not until this particular case would I ever have thought of that. I probably would have noticed that after. But the fact that she describes a guy 5'10" to 6 foot tall is important. When she says, as I witnessed, he was walking towards me wearing a black mask, clad in black, approximately 5'10" to 6 foot tall, and he had bushy eyebrows. That description comes from her observation from an area 6 inches lower. And there's no reason for that woman to consider the difference in floor height. And the main reason I make that point is, no, I think he's 6 foot tall, Ash. He's 6 foot. But let me be clear. She's 5'9" to 5'10" herself. Her observation of whoever was traveling across that living area would have been at eye level with her. She wouldn't have said, I had to look up, or he stepped down. She didn't make any of those statements at all. A tall person is definitely going to be almost eye to eye. A girl of her height is going to be close to the height. And that's why she's saying 5'10" to 6 foot, meaning she was looking at his face. But the discrepancy in the height of the floors means that whoever's face she observed was 5 to 6 inches shorter than his actual height. She then says she went into frozen shock phase and then went into her bedroom and locked the door. These statements, folks, matter. These are statements of fact. Whether they're true or false doesn't matter. What matters is this is the information they're using to take Brian Koberger to court. Their authenticity, their validity, their relevance will be then displayed in court for everybody to see. But for all these creators not to recognize that perpetrator could have in fact absolutely been 5'5", and her misunderstanding or her not acknowledging the floor wouldn't be an unusual thing. It wouldn't be a trick. It wouldn't be she did it intentionally. No, I don't think he is, Twiz. I think he's 6 foot tall. Maybe 6'1". She gave a height estimate of 5'10" to 6, right? And when you take a 5'5" guy, and I believe there's a video, even what's her name had it. My video shows Zaina walking from the kitchen in front of Dylan's door and stepping up to get into the living room. Okay? Well, then he goes outside of her, even outside of her. He would, if he's 6'3", as he walked towards her, let me just say, if he was 6'3" walking towards her, he would have been 6'9". He would have had to look up a lot to make eye contact with him. The way her description comes forward, he was walking towards me. That could only have occurred from the living space towards her bedroom door, where that step is. So her description could not have been 5'10" to 6 foot. Her description and my personal observation from all of this data. Yeah. Look, my point is her observation on height would be more accurately suggested to me if the guy was shorter walking towards her. If Brian Koberger is 6'3" and he walked towards you and you were standing in her hallway looking out her door, this guy would have looked like a fucking giant. He'd have been almost 7 feet tall. And she would have observed that. Yeah, it says he's 6 foot tall, but that was at 16. Okay, that's where I got the 6 foot tall from. But you see other officers that he walks amongst, and he's taller than most of them, but there's quite a few cops that are about his height. Maybe a little shorter, none that I've seen any taller, but I don't think there's many cops that are 6'4", 6'3". But here's the main point. The main point is the facts that we have are the facts we need to try to understand. And I just don't understand the knife sheath. Regardless of what happened to it once the police got a hold of it. I just don't get how that's part of the crime scene. And especially when that was supposedly brought into the house by the criminal. Yeah, I mean, and if you guys do understand, and I don't have that Dylan video. Not Dylan, I'm sorry. Zaina. Walking in from the sliding glass door, coming across the kitchen, stepping into the hallway, and then it's one stride for a small woman. She's roughly 5'6". And she comes through from the kitchen, through the hallway, one step into the hallway, and the next step up onto the fucking living area. And when you observe the staircase behind this woman, her head goes from the top of her head, even with the platform of the staircase, right? So you walk up 5 or 6 steps and there's a platform. Her head, the top of her head's even with that platform. When she steps up into the living space, that platform lines up with the top of her shoulder. She's almost a full head taller from the hallway to the living space. That's when it dawned on me, when I saw that video, and then I heard about this crime just recently, about the 5'5" perpetrator that girl kicked in the stomach. But that's not the only crime that's been done and unsolved out there. Exactly, Mess. Yeah, so the height thing, folks, is definitely a question. To me, that knife sheath was in that house before the crime was ever committed. I suspect that knife sheath was a part of the crime scene. Had little or nothing to do with the actual crime, in as much as somebody bringing it in, moving through 3 closed doors that were locked and not having to jimmy the locks, not having to break the locks. I honestly believe that the perpetrator went up into the first room and walked in or was let in. Okay. I don't suspect somebody came in from the outside with that type of a weapon that's meant to be on your belt. I could see carrying a gun, but you wouldn't carry your gun into a crime scene with it in its sheath. And the sheath and the gun is in your hand. That's just stupid. So why would you do that with a knife? Just like the gun holster. Why wouldn't the fucking knife have been attached? The holster of the knife, the sheath, be attached to the body of the person? Well, he wore Dickies. Well, that wouldn't matter. You put the belt on the outside of the Dickies. It doesn't matter what the fuck the guy wore. The whole purpose of the sheath is to maintain the integrity of the blade, to keep it away from hurting you, cutting you, losing it, right? And it's just, I don't even know. No, I'm straight dumb. Who's straight dumb there, Heather? You're calling me dumb now? Damn. Well, you're off the dating list. We'll have to put Ashley on there. I don't know who was there that did that. I don't know that Dylan's description of the events that night have any proximity to reality. The only reality that I can connect to Dylan and Bethany is the 8-hour delay. And the only reason I can say that is because then I have to entrust that the police said that this crime ended at 4:20 in the morning, right? You wouldn't enter. Listen, I've been a criminal, okay? You're not going to carry that weapon. The man went into the house, according to these police, to commit this crime. He didn't go in there looking for coke. He didn't go in there looking for money and jewels. He didn't go in there to rape somebody. This person intentionally, based on the police's story, got into that home and killed those 4 people. That was the whole reason for going into the home. You're never going to make me accept that that guy carried that knife inside that sheath. And then, prior to attacking the 2 girls, the first 2 victims, removed the knife from the sheath and kept the sheath in the other hand. No way anyone walked in there with a sheath anything. It doesn't fit the crime. You got to open doors that you. Oh man. I don't, folks. Just be practical. You got. I don't know if you've had to in your life have done something that you aren't proud of, or you've experienced something that would give you some understanding that if you're going to go into a home, even if you know where the people are located, even if you know who the people are, you're coming from the outside of the property into a home that every door in it is locked. It's not a bathroom. And even them probably have locks, right? But now you need to traverse this home in the dark. Go up 2 sections of staircase. And then open a room that you would expect to be locked. As the person committing the crime, you must view it that way. Or if you're completely unknown to these people and you enter that home and come to a locked door, you have to get that door open. Either through being let into the room, okay, or through forcing the door. And I don't know how you do that with a knife sheath in your hand and a knife in the other hand. That's what I mean. When you free yourself from trying to solve the crime, there's a boatload of questions that we have about the crime that should be answered, that we should be concentrating on, that the courts and the people involved need to pay attention to. And the more you mow that stuff around, the more little nuances that you see that may or may not mean anything. I don't see how this person could have been walking towards her if her only glimpse was him walking from the hallway into the kitchen. That is one stride by a 5'6" woman. If this man was 6 foot, you wouldn't have had but a couple of eye blinks to see him pass your doorway, which means he would have walked past you, which I could understand you then freezing and retreating, but then you would have had a description of him leaving. And she doesn't say that. She doesn't say, her statement is very clear. I seen him walking towards me. She describes him. I was in frozen shock phase. I closed and locked my door. It's the police that tell us. He walked through the kitchen and out the sliding glass door. That's the officer telling you the acts, but there's no witness to that. But the only way he could come to that conclusion is if he's walking towards her, which would not include coming down a staircase. I don't know. I don't know that anything they say makes any sense. I agree. I agree. And as he's coming up that walkway, as he's coming out of Zaina's room and going up that hallway, he's got that 15 feet and another at least 12 feet to cross that room to acclimate himself to the low light. The worst thing that could have happened to him is someone turned on a bright light. But here's the other question. Here's the other thing I have a problem with is there were lights outside of that house. There were lights by the apartment complex. There were lights in the street. Dylan had a window, if I'm not mistaken. Her room had a window to the outside, right? And if she was standing in front of that door, I just find it almost impossible not to have observed her. Even though it only took one step to get past her and then bend to the right to go out. It makes no sense that he didn't see her as she had seen him. It makes no sense that he didn't recognize an open doorway. It makes no sense that any light spilling in from the window would have backlit Dylan standing in that door. He walked into a house with a door that was closed. He went upstairs, came back down and crossed a closed door. Went into Zaina's room, did his deed, came back out and crossed the living area, walking towards Dylan's door. How he could never noticed her door open. And one of these people like Jeff and all these other people, they don't use the words that Dylan used. Hang on. They don't use the description Dylan gave the police. I opened my door and looked out. They use their own invented term, peeked. These jerk-off people that think he did it. And he may have done it. But these idiots come out and say she peeked out her door. Oh, okay. She peeked out her door because she heard a dog bark or she heard somebody whimper. That whimpering could have been sexual intercourse for all the fuck we know. People make weird noises when they're having sex. So in other words, the opening of that door, she never indicated she opened the door because she thought there was a threat in the property. Right? So why is she peeking out of her fucking bedroom door? Makes no sense, man. I don't peek out my doors. I hear a noise outside. I open the door and look out. And you're going to see it. Yeah, Jeff should wrap himself in a shower curtain. And a guy like that, I can only imagine exposing himself in a fucking public park. That's when I hear or think of Jeff, that's what I think of, some freak exposing himself in a public park. It isn't really that bizarre. It's more heartbreaking than it is bizarre. Even if their law enforcement prompted, it wouldn't matter. We don't know that they are. Miss Q, we don't know that her words are prompted. This is what I'm saying. When we define what we're reading outside of what it says, we're making a mistake. This is what I mean when I tell you the law is a very specific thing. And when you're looking at a legal case, it's very specific. Right? You know how many people went to jail because their fingerprints were on the entry area of the fucking crime? And I never got arrested. I never got charged with a crime where my fingerprints were on the entry point where the crime took place on the other side of that door. I never suffered any consequences, and they had my fingerprints as clear as if I went down and gave them to them. But so that's what I'm trying to say. The law is a very specific thing. And things that appear to be the same may in fact not be the same. It's all situational and it's all perspective in some sense. So my fingerprints being on a door hinge is very, very telling. Right? Those hinges had to be removed. The pin from those hinges had to be removed to get that door off the hinges to gain access, which in fact is what I did. However, the fact that my fingerprints were on a door hinge that had been manipulated to remove a door isn't enough to charge me with a crime because I was the guy in the hallway painting the hallway, including those hinges. My fingerprints were all over the fucking place. And appropriately so, you see? Where in another situation, if my fingerprints were just found there, then of course you would then charge me with that crime. But once you know that I was in that area, I was supposed to be in that area, I was doing what I was supposed to do, and my fingerprints could be found on every door handle in that fucking place, then boom. Now all of a sudden fingerprints are no longer effective to convict or even charge somebody with a crime. That's what matters in all crimes. It's these particular pieces of information. Do the fingerprints indicate that I committed the crime? Yeah. Okay. But is that enough to charge me with the crime, knowing the extenuating or circumstantial facts, the facts of the fucking my movements in that building? No. No, there's no way to definitively prove. Because once you get the hinges, my fingerprints off the hinges, there's nothing else to indicate I was in that apartment. Nothing. Nothing. As a matter of fact, the door was put back on the hinges. So they're not even sure that the hinges were the way to get in. For all they know. The owner of the firearms that were stolen, he could have done that himself. It was a shady neighborhood anyway, and he lived in it as well as I did. Who's to say he didn't steal his own guns and call them in stolen? And then what I'm saying is there's too many fucking stories that could be brought forward that make a reasonable explanation. The lack of any of my presence inside the apartment was crucial. There were no fingerprints of me anywhere in that apartment. There was nothing that I owned or any belongings that I may have had. And so there you go, no charges. And that's how I kind of dissect what's happening here with Kohlberger. How do you enter a completely sealed crime scene like that? A crime scene where we know, without any doubt, that all these doors were locked. How do you gain access to all of these rooms? Into the house, up the stairs, into a room, out of a room, down the stairs, across the hall, down a fucking living room, down a hallway, into another locked room. Was this fucking guy a ghost? Right. I wasn't innocent. Let me be clear. And I don't believe the police believe I was innocent. But the district attorney pointed out to the police that there was not enough evidence to charge me with a crime of grand larceny. Because you can't place him in the apartment. You don't know what time the crime took place. The guy left for work at 4 in the morning and didn't come back till 3 in the afternoon. The crime could have happened anytime in between, around. Could have happened before I painted the hinges and painted the hallway. Could have happened after. Could have happened in between when I went to lunch. Blah, 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 blah. It's a never-ending fucking mess, which is exactly what you have with Brian Kohlberger. And my honest opinion, there were too many ways to say, no, this isn't the guy. Or I'll go with Daniel and some of these other people that are saying like that paparazzi, there's a confidential source. Okay. Well, if there's a confidential source, it doesn't matter why. I think it was just tunnel vision. But let's go with this, that there's a confidential source. And Heather and Twiz and a bunch of you that are still engaging here. Let me ask you a question. If the confidential source is telling you it's Brian Kohlberger, why isn't that come with an inclusion of facts that you can bring to court? I don't understand these people arguing that there's a witness and there's a confidential source, because none of the accusations that have been levied against Kohlberger, or let's say not the accusations, none of the evidence pans out. None of it's verifiable. So if none of the evidence is verifiable, why would you have continued to trust into your source? Confidential or a witness or otherwise. At that point, you should start investigating the source, right? I know there isn't, Heather. I don't know that there isn't, but I suspect strongly that there is no source. But just let me finish. Brian Kohlberger did this. He told me. Okay? What else do you know? That's it. Well, can you wear a wire? Can you do this? Okay. Now let's start building this up to a 51 terabyte case. I know the source has always been the DNA and the FBI, but let me just follow their reasoning here. Your source tells you that Brian told him he did it, and this source comes to you and tells you that. Now you take that source's tip and you start trying to compile information that would confirm, even circumstantially confirm, that this person's testimony is solid. And so the first thing you need to do is you need to show Brian Koberger at that property before you do anything else. You don't, and then you go forward and do this, right? U of I needs college applicants to line their pockets to stay open cash. Yeah, that's true. But your source tells you Brian did it. Your first search into Brian Koberger shows his phone went off. Okay, that's suspicious. But you know he did it. And then you look at other evidence, and you have other people start collecting evidence and turning it in. And you review the evidence, and you find out that the car that was around that house was an 11 to 13. It's an Elantra, right? And yet you check and you find out that Brian Koberger's phone was off that night after he left his apartment. And that may be suspicious because you got a witness or a testimony from an informant. Yet when you review the video, you find that although the car matches Brian Koberger's model, it's of the wrong year, right? Even worse, as more video comes in, none of it can confirm it to be Brian Koberger in his car. As a matter of fact, you have now a second automobile that the FBI has identified as a 14 to 16 that isn't around the crime scene, somewhere else. At that point, you seriously have to question your tip. You seriously have to start worrying about your tip. Your tip is telling you Koberger did it, but the evidence around Koberger does everything but put him at that house. So now you have to look for a different way, right? And I've said it 100 times. You need to put Brian in that 11 to 13 fucking Elantra. You need to put him in there. That needs to be part of your probable cause affidavit. As far as I'm concerned, you need evidence this kid committed the crime. And so pre-arrest, they had no evidence placing Koberger inside that crime. That may be part of how this has all gotten all fucked up. And that's why Brett Payne decided he was going to focus on Koberger, because he had a witness. But sadly, his witness or his confidential source telling him what he wanted to know or telling him a name which he thought would help him solve the crime did everything but. It actually exonerated the guy. It placed the guy somewhere else. And every one of the instances of an observed vehicle that you claim was Brian's, and every one of the instances of his phone's location that pings, and every one of them, it places him everywhere but the crime. You got to move on. They got to the name Brian Koberger because they used backdoor access. I agree with that. It wasn't to be used in a court. It wasn't to be used for a warrant. That's why that one woman asked for the warrant to be approved without the use of the need of the DNA, because she was concerned somewhere down the road the DNA might be questioned. So I don't know how people want it. They want to solve the case. They want to tell you who did it. They want to point out the corrupt cops, the corrupt college, the corrupt this, the corrupt. Okay. Have the fuck at it. You can talk about nothing all you want. I just don't want to be a part of that talk. And Franks, yeah. You guys hear about that new Helen Keller doll? You wind her up and she walks into walls. Have you guys seen that on TV? I got a buddy that's short. He's about 5'5". I think he's more like 5'4", but he always wears thick-soled sneakers. Why is BK not speaking that it couldn't have been him? Why he can't really, he has no voice, no microphone. He can't come out and do all of that. And then listen, I have a friend, he's about 5'5". And I waved at him and he looked at me and he waved back and I go, you know what that is, don't you? He goes, no, what is it? I said, well, I waved at you and you microwaved back at me. That was a microwave. You midget. Yeah. His defense team is speaking it through their motions. She's dropped a whole bunch of bombs and arguing against. And not a single one of them bombs have been actually. I thought another hilarious moment was when he flipped out in court that she's contaminating the jury, stating that he stalked these people. That shit was funny. That's what when a short person waves at you, that's a microwave. Remind them. Thanks for the microwave. They won't understand it for a moment, but short people get a lot of short jokes. It'll dawn on them eventually. It'll just go over their head, which is fine anyway. They don't know. It's fucking insane. All right. Well, this has been the longest stream. I'm gonna have to take a break from this. Time is it? 1:52. Yeah, they fucked up. No matter how you cut, I don't understand how people that think there's a source don't ask themselves the simple question: how come everything that they investigated all turns up to show Brian somewhere except the crime scene, right? Yeah, they did. The mainstream media has actually destroyed this guy, and the guy, as far as we know, they've yet to prove a single fucking allegation against the guy. Burglary. I don't know. It sounds to me like all the doors were open. I'm not burgling something if you're welcoming me into the home. Because welcoming somebody in would explain why all those fucking locked doors weren't locked, right? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. So I'll let you guys grind on that. And, for those that need to solve the case, you go right ahead and solve the case. Like I showed in the last video, Brian Enton has known all along the truth. I don't know who Brian Enton is. But whatever the truth is, I think we've all become accustomed to the truth doesn't matter anymore. And so that's why I think people grasp to find a truth, because they expect no matter what the outcome here is in this case, it won't be based on truth. And it's supposed to be truth and justice. Study the knife and the masks prior to these crimes. See the truth yourself. What do you mean study the knife and mask pics? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm not even convinced that the argument that the K-bar was the sole weapon is even accurate. We don't know. We don't know that a K-bar knife was the knife used. We just don't know. The truth matters. You're right. And that's the whole process, the whole reason this country exists. Because here's the difference. You're seeing so many people out there that are screaming innocent or guilt, not because of facts, but because they believe one way or the other. And that's really where we all fall apart when it comes to thinking. We got to stop believing in an outcome. We don't know the outcome. We don't have all the information. There's a lot of it sealed. I see the information presented as incomplete and exculpatory. His attorney happens to agree with me, not because we've talked or know each other, but just because I guess I was right. And that's what matters to me. Can they show this exculpatory data? Can the state turn the page on this shit, so to say? No autopsy reports have been released. We don't know what we don't know. And that's also an argument people that want to argue innocent or guilt will use. You don't know what you don't know because it's sealed. Okay, I agree with that. So what we do know is they said he made a left at Albuquerque, and this fucking guy never even went to Albuquerque. He's been in fucking Rhode Island the whole time. That's pretty much what we know. So I don't give a shit about anything except somebody please get him to Albuquerque, because until you can get him to Albuquerque, then as far as I'm concerned, you don't have a case. And this son of a bitch should be let out of jail whether he did it or not, because of the incompetence, okay, or the tunnel vision of every policeman involved. I'm glad the FBI stood up and said what they've said, that they identified 11 to 13 Elantra. I'm so glad that they've stood on their law. They stood on what was right and wrong in that instance, because I don't believe everybody's corrupt. I don't even believe that nobody's corrupt or everybody, or I take it case by case. I really do. I don't think every cop is a bad person. I think every cop is a human being just like me, and we're all fallible. At this point, I think Brett Payne got tunnel vision. What prompted that tunnel vision is yet to be seen. But I really think he convinced himself that he solved this crime. And he's just gone with it ever since. And like people on look at people on YouTube and other places that are convinced he's guilty. There's nothing you could show Brian Koberger taking a shit on top of the fucking cell tower at the exact time the crime is taking place, and they still wouldn't believe it. To think that doesn't affect your policeman would make you insane. Of course it does. We believe in information. We don't think it through. We don't analyze it. We don't dissect it. We don't add more. We don't look for the consistency or the continuity of the data. We look and take from that data only that which confirms our conclusion, rather than taking the data and trying to build an understandable fucking scenario. Like when I say the house must have been wide open for him to get in and do everything he did, wide open as much as all doors must have been unlocked. No, except Dylan's. Dylan apparently locked her door and closed and locked her door after she saw the perpetrator. So there's one door we know was locked. But we have to accept that all the other doors were unlocked, including the sliding glass door that let the person in and out. It's a fucking mess, folks. The crime looks like an inside job. The accusation is an unrelated, unconnected, untied to the victim person that just came out of nowhere and fucking wiped out 4 young adults. Yeah, there you go, Miss Q. All right, this was awesome, folks. It's almost 2 a.m. All of you that have hung in here, you fucking people are insane. You're crazier than me, and I was in here the whole time with you. What a fucking world we live in, right? But I'm glad you guys were in here. There's still 150 people in here. I could probably talk until noon tomorrow. You people are, and you know what I'm going to say? There's 101 views from fucking X. X rules. Oops, I put in Q. I meant X. I hit the wrong letter. Forgive me. I don't like Q. Just don't even associate me with that letter. But X rules. I ought to do all my stuff up on X. X has got. I don't think you could do it from a desktop yet. If anybody knows, like they got the Twitter Spaces or something or whatever they are, I wouldn't mind doing that. I get a lot of responses off of Twitter. So, no, I'm not taking a car. I'm in the snow belt. They salted our roads already. I'm not going anywhere with the car. No, you know what I'm going to do? I've got these French bread pizzas. I'm gonna throw a French bread pizza in the oven and mow down on that, and then I'll probably go to bed about 3 or 4 in the morning. Wake up around noon, 1 o'clock again. It's the new year. I say, why get all excited? It's just another year in our lives. This investigation is pure bullshit. It's tragedy. So I'm glad you hung around Twitter. Twizzle, I'm sorry, not Twitter, Twizzle. Miss Q and Grant, you've been here on, and Heather, and my genealogy girl was in here. She avoids me otherwise. Yeah, you guys are awesome. All of you over there on X, I can't see who you are. I don't have a list of who you are. And yeah, it's awesome. All 101 of you. You guys all have a good night. I'll be back again. Give me a few days to recover from this 5-hour fucking stream. Everybody be good. I'll talk with you. And stream.